was about the dogs. Nah, it's about power. Yeah. Wood up to the specialty, sunrise on the ground. Dogs in the grooming tents, whispers all around. Catalog smiles with the tension in the air. Every handshake got a hidden little snare. Board in the back room, running quiet little schemes. Bylaws in the pocket like a stack of poker dreams. Players for the breed, but they guarding their throne. If you question anything, they coming for your bone. Grievance in the envelope, certified mail. Club justice system, but the day.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're new here, welcome. If you're returning, welcome back. So we are on day 3 of the trial. It is supposed to start at 9 o'clock. So we will see. Usually they run a couple minutes late. So we'll see what the prosecution has for today. Oh. Everybody had a good evening last night. At least the weather is cooling down a little bit. Only supposed to be 83 today. Just going through some of YouTube and seeing what is out there. Oh, they're moving the camera, right? Oh, just a bump, looks like. Okay. Oh, I wanted to explain that yesterday I was talking about Sasha and her eye, and I went to go put a link up to this, and they no longer sell it anywhere. Everywhere I looked, no longer sell this. They sell something similar to it to put in your water, their dog's water and stuff like that. So I put a link in the morning, I think it was the morning episode where I was talking about it. I put a link to it. But I also put the name of what this is in case you can find it somewhere. But apparently they removed it from everywhere or no longer sell it and made a bigger bottle of, I guess just an all-in-one for coat, all that kind of stuff. So I put a link to that in the morning stream so that everybody could know what I was talking about. I did have a link in the one where I was talking about. If you look on my videos, it's, which one is it? What video is it? Oops, not that one. Go back. I think it's live. Hidden dangers, Cane Corso health warnings. If you go to that one, it was 2 months ago. There's actually, I show you on Amazon where I got it from and stuff like that. So if you look, it shows you exactly what it was. I pulled it up on live. So you can go into that and look. And I think it actually has a link. Let me look. Nope, it doesn't have a link. To that one. But I actually show you on live what it was. And because I bring it up on live. But anyway, you can actually see what that is too. So on Amazon, which one is it? Oh, did they cut it out? Okay, that's the DPCA. I'm just trying to scan through it real quick and see. Oh, this was the chicken. Oh, we were talking about prices of chicken. That's funny. Wow, they must have cut it out. Well, that's crappy. Yeah, YouTube does some weird stuff sometimes. Okay, so this is where I was talking about cleft palates. Okay, so this is why I was talking about it. Huh. Okay, so maybe I didn't bring it up in this one. Oh, well, I'll have to look for it again. Anyway, I put it in the morning link. Of yesterday's. All right. Oh my God, how long is this taking? Tis a day today, right? Sorry. I didn't realize anybody was on. Yeah, it's like they're taking forever. I don't know if we're gonna get started or I should probably refresh, make sure that we didn't do anything. Nope, we're still in court. Okay. Okay. August 14th. Okay. All right. Oh, there we are. It must have been you. No, 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 I doubt it. Nope, just more testimony to see what the prosecution has. Imagine EMS and police and all that. They were waiting on you. That's what it was. They're like, we don't have anything to say to this bitch. We're waiting on tea. You finished the poker game from yesterday? Wow. Did you win big? I bet. That's funny. You killed me. It'll be a show for sure. That's awesome. Golf pencils.
Yay. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, and before the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
I don't know why they always say 9 o'clock. 9:25.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Right?
Good morning, everyone. I hope everybody had a nice, restful evening last night. Thank you for your patience with us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions. They're going to go over briefly our schedule for today and the schedule for tomorrow. All right, so let me get to those questions. The first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, or heard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring my attention at this time? All right, good. Thank you for following those instructions. Now, in regards to our schedule today, it's anticipated, as you know, in these cases, sometimes the best laid plans, but it's anticipated that we'll go this morning to about 11 o'clock. We'll take a break at 11, come back. We'll take our afternoon break at 1 o'clock, and we'll go into the afternoon, probably somewhere between 3 and 4. All right, so that's today's schedule. Tomorrow's schedule, as best we can tell,
No classes
view
today.
sometime probably in the morning. We're going to go to a couple of spots that have been mentioned in the testimony. Like I said, we'll go over a little bit more tomorrow, but you'll be getting out of it. We'll all going together in a bus with the court officer.
Is she with you?
The staff.
She's sleeping already.
We're going to get out of the bus. So, that's just a word for the wise for footwear and to double check the weather. I'll go into that a little bit more probably by the end of the day, but just in case I forget, that's what we're going to do. And then the thought would be after that, we'll come back.
Have a morning coffee.
We'll probably go again till sometime around in between 3 and 4. Okay, so that's the schedule. And then at the end of the day tomorrow, I'll address kind of where we are in regards to the timeline and this kind of overall schedule, just so you have some kind of idea where we are. All right, so with that, we're gonna return to the case on trial. Commonwealth is presenting its evidence. Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Officer Stephen Hall.
Oh, we are lagging. The video's lagging. The voice is lagging. That's good. These are going to be tough today. Got to put my banner up. Could you imagine this woman yelling at you? This woman. Her voice is annoying enough. I can imagine her yelling.
So I'm going to ask keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. Yes. And with that, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Stephen Hall, Stephenhall,
And your date of birth?
3/26/1983.
Where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department
How long have you been a Duxbury police officer?
since 2015, so roughly 11 years.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
I was
What shift were you working?
the 4 to midnight.
And would that be 4 p.m. to midnight?
Yes,
And were you in uniform?
yes,
Were you in a marked cruiser?
yes,
And were you on patrol?
yes.
And being on patrol, were you alone or with a partner?
I was alone.
Further directing your attention to approximately 6:11 p.m. At that time, did you receive a dispatch to go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And do you recall approximately where you were when you received that dispatch?
I was at the Lincoln Street Fields in Duxbury.
And so how long did it take you to get from there to 47 Summer Street?
7 to 10 minutes.
And did you go to 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And what did you see when you arrived there?
When I arrived, it was just a house. There was a gate open on the left side of the house.
I'll show you a few exhibits that have already been marked. Exhibit 32. And exhibit 33. Is this the house you responded to?
Yes.
I'm showing you exhibit 34. Is that the left side of the house?
It is.
And exhibit 35 is the gate that you went in depicted in this exhibit.
It is.
First officer on scene,
I arrived
Wonder.
simultaneously with Officer Josephine.
and is he also an officer with Duxbury Police?
Yes.
And so did you both head to that same direction or did you go in different directions?
We both went to the backyard as we were dispatched to.
And you said you went to the left, correct?
Yes. We heard a male voice calling for us on the left side. So.
And that's where you headed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you encounter a male in the backyard?
Yes.
And did you later learn his name was Patrick Clancy?
I did.
What was his demeanor?
He was upset. Didn't know what was going on. So.
And did you see anyone else in the backyard?
No.
Did you see anyone on the ground?
Yes.
And who was on the ground?
Miss Clancy.
Is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point to her?
No issue with ID.
Yes.
May reflect the witness has identified.
I agree.
Thank you. Where was she positioned?
She was on the ground if you were looking at the backyard on the right side.
Showing you what's been previously marked as exhibit 38. Is this the back of the house?
It is.
And showing you what's been marked as exhibit 37. Do you see the area where the defendant was when you entered the backyard?
Yes.
Mind standing up with court permission and just pointing that out to the jurors? And if the record could reflect, he's pointing near the window well to the far right side of the house.
Record may reflect that.
When you saw her in that location, do you remember where her head was?
Her head was towards the house,
And where were her feet?
pointing out away from the house.
Are you trained in first aid as part of your job?
Yes.
And do you carry equipment with you in case you have to provide first aid to someone?
Yes.
When you saw the defendant on the ground, did you go to her and observe any injuries?
No.
She had cuts to both wrists and to the left side of her neck.
Oh, left side.
The cuts to her wrists, were those actively bleeding when you saw them?
No, they were not.
She must
When you
right.
saw the cuts to her neck, were those actively bleeding?
No.
Did you, based on your training and experience, feel the need to provide any medical care to those cuts or use any of the equipment you had to tend to those cuts?
Not at that time.
Was she conscious?
Semi-conscious, in and out of consciousness.
And what was she doing that gave you that
How
indication?
much drop?
She would wake up and move around and then kind of just go still again.
And when you say she would move around, what parts of her body was she moving?
You can fake.
Just her head, really.
Well, yeah, because she was paralyzed.
Was she able to speak to you?
She wasn't, no.
Was she making any sounds?
She was just, like, it sounded like she was in pain.
So something like moaning or something like that?
Yes.
While you and Officer Josephine are there, do other first responders, such as firefighters, start to arrive?
Yes, they started to arrive, and I went to the to gate to direct them where to go.
And how did you know they had arrived?
You could hear the sirens.
So you heard the sirens and went to the gate to tell them to come to that side?
Correct.
While you were doing this, did Patrick Clancy stay with you?
At one point, he went inside to say he was going to check on his children.
And did you see what entrance he used to go into the house?
He went towards the backslider.
Shortly after Patrick Clancy went inside the home, did you receive a call on your radio?
Yes.
And what did you hear on your radio?
Dispatch said that he couldn't wake them up.
And did you know what they were talking about when you initially heard that?
Not really, no.
Did something then catch your attention?
Yeah, I heard a loud scream from inside.
And could you tell where it was coming from?
Just inside the house.
And the screaming, was it words or just sound?
It was just a sound.
When you heard that screaming, what did you do?
Myself and Officer Josephine ran towards the slider and entered into the house.
And when you entered into the house, do you remember what room you entered into?
Into a kitchen.
And when you entered into the kitchen, could you still hear that screaming?
No. We could hear he was talking, but there was screaming was done.
When you said he was talking, who was talking?
Patrick Clancy.
So you could hear Patrick Clancy talking at that time?
Yes.
And could you tell where he was?
Yes, he was in the basement.
And did you head to the basement stairs?
Yes.
So he called 911 and didn't even know where his kids were?
The stairs that you went to?
Yes.
Did you go to the bottom of the stairs?
I did.
Once you got to the bottom of the stairs, is it accurate that you either have to go right or left?
Correct.
Which direction did you go?
We heard Patrick Clancy talking from the right, so we went in that direction.
Did you hear what he was saying?
Do you mind if I?
Look at my notes.
You don't recall?
Yes.
He needs to refresh his notes. Wait, is this how I understand it? He gets home, finds the
Do you
light,
recall him
and
saying, I can't wake them up, I can't get them up?
Yes.
so the police were already there 7
And
to 10 minutes?
do you remember his demeanor as
Huh.
he was saying that?
He seemed very upset.
What did you do in response to that?
He came from a back room, so we ran into that back room.
Are you for real?
Just going back to when you.
That's different than his
came down the
testimony
stairs
yesterday.
to the right. Do you recall what type of room that was when you went to the right?
It looks like a workout room, a workout area.
I'm going to show you few pictures here. If you could just look at that.
His recount is different than the husband's testimony on the first and second day.
Yes.
And do you recognize these photographs of that workout room that you entered into when you went to the right?
Yes.
We could have these marked as the next few exhibit.
And he would have no reason
May
to
be
lie.
admitted.
It took him 7 to 10 minutes to get there. This is wild.
Third, showing you exhibit 89. Is that the view when you first come down the stairs and turn to the right?
Yes.
Oh, I agree.
Showing you
1000% T.
90. Are those
1000.
exercise bands there tied to the closet door?
Yes.
91, just a close-up of that, correct?
Yes.
Then 92, what are we seeing in this photograph, sir?
That was the back room that he seemed to be coming from.
That Patrick was coming from?
Yes.
You also looked at 2 photographs from that room. Are those fair and accurate depictions of how the room looked that day?
Yes.
We could have these marked as the next 2 exhibits, please.
They may be admitted.
And this has to be so hard on him, too. When cops.
Sir, did you get to that back room?
Forever.
I did.
And what did you see when you got to that back room?
Just past the door on the left side, there was a body of a young child.
And do you remember what position the child was in?
He had his feet towards the door and his head towards the wall.
And was he on his back or his stomach? Or...
He was on his back.
And do you recall what he was wearing?
He was shirtless. I believe he was just in a diaper or underwear of some sort.
And showing you
Thank you.
exhibit 93, if you wouldn't mind just pointing out where you saw his body. Record reflects he's pointed to the area of the yellow exercise band.
It may reflect that.
Wow.
That yellow exercise band, did you see that in that position when you saw the body of the child on the floor?
Yes.
Exhibit 94 was that position.
Yeah. I know a lot of cops like that. It stays with them forever and they can't recover. Like he's probably.
Sir, did you later learn that child's name was Dawson Clancy?
I did.
And can you describe his physical appearance when you saw him?
He was discolored, like a bluish purple.
Do you remember what his face and neck looked like?
No.
He probably does. He just doesn't want to remember.
What happened next?
I called for paramedics to come to the basement. I also called for a supervisor, and Officer Josephine picked up the child, and we ran him outside through the front door to the ambulance.
And did you do anything after that, after giving Dawson to EMTs?
We ran back down into the basement to check to see if we could find other children.
And what made you think there were other children to find?
When Patrick Clancy said, well, I can't wake them up, instead of just a singular.
And so when you went back inside, did you go back down the basement stairs?
Correct.
And this time, did you go to the left?
Yes.
Sir, showing you a series of photographs. You could just tell me if they clearly and accurately reflect the left side of the basement looked on January 24th, 2023 when you went in there.
Right, just for the record, they don't need to lay a foundation. I agree to the photographs, no objection to any of them, so we don't have to go through all the.
All right, thank you. All right.
You don't need to lay a foundation. He doesn't want
Yes.
all of this being talked about because then the jury hears all of this.
The next exhibits, please.
Yeah. I get it.
arrive to 102 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Sure. So showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 95. Is this what you saw when you went down the stairs and went to the left, that first view?
Yes.
And then showing you Exhibit 96, is that a further view as you go into the room?
Yes.
Now,
Is that a blood stain
when you went into that room,
on the center of the floor?
There were 2 children on the floor, motionless, and EMTs and paramedics were working on them.
and did you later learn that those children were Cora Clancy and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
That's how it
Did you
was
do
in the
anything to
Rottweiler
assist the
Med.
medics at that time?
Excuse me. I asked if they needed any equipment.
And did they ask you to get some equipment?
They asked me to grab a heart monitor.
And did you do that?
I went and found the fire captain to ask where I could grab one, and he was pretty upset. So I ended up going back downstairs into the basement.
Oh,
At some point in time, actually, if I could show you Exhibit 96 again and just ask if you could just point to us where you saw each child.
Okay.
So for the record, the first area you pointed to was in between the blood stain and the black exercise band.
blood
correct?
stain.
And then the second area was over toward in front of that small nightstand or some type of shelving unit.
Yes.
At some point in time, did you go back outside?
Yeah.
Yes, they stated they need an officer with Lindsay Clancy.
And
I couldn't have been that
to
off.
show you
I'd had an
so
accidental discharge.
here outside near that window well that's towards the right of the house. Is that where Lindsay Clancy was, where that medical debris is?
Yes.
And just showing you another
Oh, she's
photograph.
lucky she didn't fall on that.
Just showing further to the right in a broader area of that same scene.
Yes.
I could have the close-up markers.
Maybe she did fall on it. Well, no, because it would have been bent.
They may be in there.
Those window wells aren't that sturdy.
103 of 104.
Oh, that poor guy. That's horrific.
While you were out there with the defendant, were medical staff, paramedics treating her?
Yes.
Find a
And did
mic.
you happen to look up?
Yes, I did.
What did you see when you looked up?
There was an open window with blood marks around the window.
And did you also see blood marks on the shingles below that window?
I did.
Showing you a photograph here. So up at the top, is this the open window you're referring to?
Yes.
Zooming in on the shingles here to the left and right, just below.
So
the
all
window,
she did
those
was hang out
marks
the window
you're
and then
referring to.
slide
Yes.
a little bit. She wasn't trying to jump out the window.
And here in this photograph, you had mentioned blood marks on the upper window. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
That's where her wrist hung on the window.
And then here at the top of the lower window, these marks here, are those the other blood marks that you saw?
Yes.
This is all staged.
We could have these photos marked as the next exhibits.
All right, they may be admitted.
That's why defense doesn't want this laying a foundation bullshit. I'd lay the foundation anyway. because he doesn't want the jury to hear all this. He wants to hurry up. Like,
While you were out there in the backyard, did you see a ripped or, oh, I'm sorry. While you were outside, did you see any ripped or torn screens on the ground?
No.
What did you do next?
I just went over to the paramedic, asked what I can help him with. He said she was good, but she kept taking her face mask off for oxygen, and so I just kept replacing it back onto her face.
And when you say she, are you referring to Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
Yeah.
And did you then help them get the stretcher to the ambulance?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
cross.
Reddington?
Yeah, but the more you lay foundation, the more emotion he gets, the more the jury sees how hard it is, even on these police officers. The defense doesn't want that to be shown in court.
Thank you for
It
your.
takes away the emotion
service.
from her crying, her in a wheelchair, all the stuff that he tried to lay in his opening.
So you may sit down. Thank you. Thank you.
No defense? You don't want to ask him any questions on how bad she felt?
Attorney Sprague?
Come on.
Josephine.
This is a poor defense. You better get her on the stand. Woo! Right. Well, that's the thing. You have choices, and that's what, like this, during jury selection, that's why I said this prosecutor is so spicy. I love it. Because they wanted to not show the children's clothes, play the 911 in court, all this stuff, because of how hard it was going to be. And she's like, I'm not playing this to prejudice the jury. This is evidence. She did these crimes. But the defense was like, we don't want this. We don't want, he tried to get all this out. She could have made a lot of other choices. She chose to do this. That's why I don't understand. You want to kill yourself. Kill yourself. You don't have to take your children with you. You don't have to
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Josephine, Josephine.
And what's your date of birth, sir?
June 13th, 1990.
And where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
I started there in April of 2020.
And did you work for the Plymouth Police before that?
Yes, I did.
And how long did you do that?
Almost 5 years.
What is your current role?
I am patrol officer.
Back in January of 2023, what was your role with the Duxbury Police Department?
I was the school resource officer for Alden and Chandler. I work with kids kindergarten through 5th grade.
Sounds like
Directing your attention specifically to January 24th, 2023, were you working an overtime shift that day?
Yes, I had picked up an overtime shift.
And what shift was that?
It was 4 to midnight, but I was scheduled to work till 8 p.m.
8 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you were scheduled to be there from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
Uh-huh.
And you were in a cruiser, and a marked cruiser in a uniform?
Yes, I was fully dressed in Duxbury Police uniform. I was in a marked cruiser, Duxbury Police 172.
And did you receive a dispatch at approximately 6:11 p.m. to go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, we did.
And when you say we, were you with a partner or were you alone?
No, I was by myself. We ride single in a cruiser there.
Okay. So when you say we, do you mean that it was dispatched to all officers on patrol?
So usually with critical incidents calls, they put it over to dispatch and they'll say, Duxbury police cars start making your way to a certain address. That way, everyone can get there as quickly as possible.
And so then you knew at that point to go to 47 Summer Street.
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how long did it take you to get there?
I would say anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes.
Me too.
So you were relatively close by when you received the dispatch?
Yes, I was.
We all were.
And when you arrived at 47 Summer Street, what did you observe?
Dispatch was giving me description of the house. It took probably 15 seconds for me to identify the house. Parked in the street. I saw the number of the house and I made my way. I believe it was a mudroom that I went to.
Showing you Exhibit 33. When you say the mudroom that you went to, did you actually go inside of the house or did you go to the door to the mudroom?
I went to the door to the mudroom to check if that was unlocked so I could make my way to the back of the house.
And is that door depicted in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
And is it the door to the left of the garage?
Yes, it is.
And was the door locked or unlocked?
It was locked at that time.
So what did you do next?
I radioed dispatch just for confirmation of where that party we were trying to get to was located. They told me it was around back of the house, so I tried to make my way that way.
And when you went to the back of the house, how did you get there?
Well, referring back to the picture where the car was parked, I went to the right side.
The car.
And I went around the garage. There was a fence, and I went over the fence, I believe.
Showing you Exhibit 33, again, you went by these cars and around the house to the right.
Yes, that's correct.
They probably all really dislike her. The car.
Does that mean that you would have been coming around the house over here by the garage on the left and the porch, the deck?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you came around there, what did you see?
I made my way. I observed two parties, one lying in the ground and one standing over it. And I started making my way towards the other end of the house, which is towards this fence, as you guys can see in reference to that photo.
And so when you say the other end of the house, are you talking
Don't
about
you gum on the stand?
this area here, the father's furthest right two windows?
Yes, that is correct.
And
So she was laying here.
did you later learn that was Patrick Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And the person on the ground, did you later learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
So he called.
And at some point in time, was Officer Hall also back there with you?
Yes, he came from this side over here, the opposite direction in which I came.
So facing the house, he would have come around the left side of the house if you're facing the house?
Yes, he parked on the street and came from this side, the opposite of where I came from.
Okay. And do you recall what Patrick Clancy was doing when you first saw him?
He was standing over Lindsay at that point. It appeared that he was trying to communicate with her. I observed him with a cell phone. It was kind of down by his side, so I don't know if they were talking or what, but it was probably a split second, and then he turned in my location, saw me because I was illuminating the yard with my flashlight, and then that's when me and him crossed paths.
Okay. And so you said you saw him with his cell phone by his side. Was it in his hand by his side?
Yes, I believe it was in his left hand.
Okay. And you say you crossed paths with him. Approximately where did you cross paths with him?
It was probably right by the bulkhead, I would say.
And so in the photograph to the right of the deck is the bulkhead, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was he headed?
He was heading,
I guess.
I believe, up towards the deck.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, obviously I didn't know it at that time, but he was just walking past me pretty fast in an abrupt manner. So.
In an
Did
abrupt.
he say anything to you as he passed?
No, he did not.
And after you crossed paths with Patrick, where did you go?
I went to the female party.
And did you speak to her?
I attempted to.
And what did you say?
I just was trying to get basic information, where she was hurt, where she needed attention, anything I could do to kind of help her until fire arrived.
And did she respond to your questions?
She mumbled, and it wasn't a definitive answer.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, she was laying on the ground. There was cuts to her right wrist, I believe, and to the right side of her neck.
And were those
Right
cuts
side
actively
now?
bleeding at that time?
They were bleeding, but not profusely.
Did you, are you trained in first aid?
Yes.
Did you feel the need to put pressure on those wounds immediately?
No. We also carry medical equipment such as tourniquet, gauze, stuff like that. And I believe due to the circumstances that I didn't need to utilize those tools.
And the tourniquet that you carry, is that in case someone has some type of cut where an artery has been damaged or cut?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're trained to recognize when it's something serious like an artery spraying blood everywhere versus a cut that doesn't need a tourniquet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you didn't see the need for a tourniquet?
I did not know.
Wow. So they weren't deep. They were superficial.
And based on your training in first aid and as a police officer, as a first responder, did those wounds appear life-threatening?
No, they did not.
Did other emergency personnel from the fire department begin to arrive?
Yes, so
Yep.
I would say I tried to talk to Miss Clancy for probably 30 seconds
So
to a
where
minute.
did all
And at that
this
point,
from?
coming from that opposite side of the house, I observed Duxbury fire personnel show up. And our protocol is to kind of turn the medical over to them because they're more highly trained than we are.
And at some point in time, do you hear something?
Yes.
What do you hear?
Myself and Officer Hall were standing by that window and we just started hearing
I think
loud screams.
that was a joke too.
And what did you do when you heard those loud screams?
We immediately were trying to figure out where they were coming from. I'm not sure if dispatch or something came over the air and said something about the basement, but we both just started making our way back towards the deck part of the house.
Did you go in through the sliding glass doors?
Yes, we went up the deck and through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen.
And did you then head to the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear any sounds coming from the basement as you entered the kitchen?
Yes, it was the exact screaming that I heard from the window.
And did you go down the stairs to the basement?
Yes, we did.
And did you see anything as you went down the stair after you went down the stairs?
So we went down the stairs and there was a picture at the bottom of the stairs, I believe, of Lindsay and Patrick. And the basement splits off into two, a right and a left area. And the screams were coming from the right area. So that's where we directed our attention to first.
Right.
And did you see Patrick?
Yes. That right side opens up and it's like 2 rooms, I believe. So we went into the first room, which was kind of dark and there was some cluttered stuff around and Patrick was
shaking
in
up
that back room at the time.
now. It's like picked up and it's shaking. At first he was very methodical. Now he's picking up. It's getting more shaky.
Marked as Exhibit 92. Is that the doorway into that
If you see your wife out
Yes, it is.
like that, wouldn't you, the first thing you do, run in the house? I wouldn't even have asked
Yes,
her.
it is.
And do you recall what, if anything, Patrick was saying as you encountered him?
Upon his observation of us, myself and Officer Hall, he proceeded to head in our direction, leaving that room. And at that point, he looked up and he screamed, "She killed the fucking kids."
And after he said that, where did you go?
Once he cleared himself from the door frame, we were able to look inside the room where we observed what appeared to be a child laying motionless on the floor.
And did you later learn his name was Dawson Clancy?
Oh, for sure.
Yes, I did.
And how's his position?
He was laying on his back,
What?
kind of close to the gym bag for reference of that.
Showing you Exhibit 93 again, reference to gym bag, is that the bag to the left of the pack, the child's toy?
Yes.
And so you're saying that he was in that area when you first saw him?
Yes, he was.
And do you recall whether he was on his back or his stomach or something else?
He was on his back.
And do you recall his physical appearance?
Like I said, he was laying on his back. His head was tilted to the right-hand side. Looked at him kind of in the face area once we got closer, and his face was white, gray, lips were blue, Eyes were bloodshot. Looked like blood vessels were popped in his eyes.
Did you notice any injuries to his neck?
Seeing
Oh,
that,
yeah.
my first instinct was to
Strangling.
kind of grab his head and tilt it to the side, see if I could get a pulse. But I mean, based on my training experience from previous incidents, I knew it wasn't going to be good. So I moved the head. That's where I observed some red marks on that right-hand side.
Of the neck?
Yes.
Look, he's playing it in his head.
And in that
He's not looking at her. He's looking down. He's playing it all back in his head.
Yes.
I believe in prior testimony, you may have called it a blue exercise band. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
But it's clearly yellow in the photo, right?
Yes, it's clearly yellow. I mean, there was.
Testing the color of the exercise band.
So what was your focus at the time?
The child.
And once you saw him there with these injuries, what did you do?
Based on my observations, I knew there wasn't really much I could do. So I picked the child up, went chest to chest, and as I did that, it was kind of like a mucus or a foam that leaked out of his mouth onto me. I grabbed him, went back towards the way we came down into the basement, and I headed up to the stairs where Sergeant Homestead was coming down the stairs, and I started yelling to him to get out of the way. Went back up the stairs and then into the kitchen, directly adjacent to the stairs is the front foyer, like hallway.
He's
And I
acting.
went out the main door into the driveway.
And was there an ambulance in the driveway at that time?
Yes, the ambulance was backing up and had pretty much just parked, and one of the fire was walking around to the stretcher out back. So I rushed over with Dawson and I put him on the stretcher, and that's when Sergeant Homestead and fire personnel started working further on him.
What did you do next?
I went back into the house.
And why did you go back into the house?
I remember hearing something about kids and multiple, and I just went back.
And when you went back in the house, did you go to the basement?
Yes, I went back in that front door, back down to the basement, and this time I went to the left-hand side.
And when you went to the left-hand side of the basement, what did you see?
Pretty much directly in my sight was an older female laying on the ground, and then in the corner there was like a younger baby.
And when you say an older female, you're referring to that she was older than Dawson?
That's correct.
And did you later learn her name was Cora Clancy?
I did.
And did you assist in treating her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
So when I got down to the basement, 2 fire personnel were already on scene. One was working on the baby and one was working on Cora. Communicated with them. We worked together, and I took over doing chest compressions of Cora.
And were you able to see any injuries on Cora at that time?
Yes. She had kind of the same injuries that I explained with Dawson. The pale tint, bluish lips, bloodshot eyes, blood vessels popped. This time she also had like dried blood around her mouth.
Wow.
And did you also see an area of blood near her on the floor?
Yes, there was a relatively large area of blood on the floor. Actually, when doing CPR on her, that blood seeped through my pants, so I ended up moving her a little off to the side so I could position myself better.
Just showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 97, this red-brown stain on the rug. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Wow. Their feeds today are bad.
While you were doing chest compressions on Cora, what was the firefighter doing?
The one that had previously been attending to Cora then went to the child that was in the corner.
And eventually, was Cora put on a stretcher and brought out?
Yes, eventually. I think the baby was brought out first because I think they mentioned at some point they might have found like a faint pulse or something like that. So they got him out first, and then we were able to get Cora up.
So that entire time while you're in the basement, are you still giving chest compressions to Cora?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it felt like forever, to the point where I think I radioed for assistance for another officer to come down.
And did others come down to assist?
Yes, Officer Cahill came down to further assist, where I continued with chest compressions, and he used a bag valve mask to give rescue breaths.
A bag valve mask, is that something that goes over someone's face, a mask that's attached to a bag and you squeeze it to give air?
Yes, it's an alternative breathing apparatus.
At some point, do you go back upstairs to the first floor?
Yes.
And do you encounter Patrick Clancy when you go upstairs?
Yes, so when they removed Cora, myself and Officer Cahill went back upstairs, where I encountered Mr. Clancy in the kitchen.
And what was his demeanor in the kitchen?
He was still frantic, kind of in shock, still screaming and losing himself. And I think at that point, I don't know, one of us requested that we get an ambulance for him as well.
It's needed though.
Sir, nothing further.
It's needed though. Because if you don't
I'm sorry.
do these deep,
Thank you, Sue. Lisa. Thank you.
again, no cross. It's needed though, because if you don't do this, they're just going to take the fact that she had postpartum.
At this point, I'm objecting, renewing my objection that I filed on the repetition.
All right, if I can see it, Sarah.
See, he doesn't want this played to the jury. He doesn't, yeah, right. He doesn't want all this. He doesn't want the details. He doesn't want what these EMS, these police officers that have experienced, that will live with this in their brains for the rest of their lives. It's too repetitious. We don't need to hear all of these details that every one of these men and women that went to this house experienced seeing and having to deal with and tried to save all three of these children. This is the problem. She made these choices. She just had postpartum. We just want to go with that because we were charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder. Let's not forget, she left the hospital 5 days. She made these choices. But, you know, his whole thing and opening statement was she has to live with this for the rest of her life. She's not like she's going to get up and walk out of here. But we shouldn't charge her for these 3 crimes. Well, your 8-month-old, your 3-year-old, your 5-year-old will never have a life because you chose to kill them. And these officers, this EMS crew, the fire department, everybody has to live with it also. And there should be consequences to your actions, because when you weren't having, say she was on all these medications.
We'll bring you right back in a couple of minutes with the next witness. Okay?
Court, all rise.
Right.
Closing, no votes, please.
They're sending the jury out because they got to talk about this. He doesn't want all this. He doesn't want the emotion of these officers and all this stuff. He doesn't want, like he said, no foundation. You don't need to lay the foundation because none of these details need to be heard. Bullshit. Right. So, you know, she got all these medications. Say she took some of them, but if you don't take them regularly, it's no different than somebody who's a schizophrenic. If they don't take the medication, say they take it for 3 months and they start feeling good. Oh, I feel good, so I don't need to take them anymore. Then they quit taking them. What happens, right? So say she started taking them and then she was like, oh, well, I'm good, you know. But let's not forget what he said on the stand the first day. It was her best day. Her best day, and she chose to do this. God forbid she had a bad day. I'm just saying, like, all these details, although hard to listen to, because nobody wants to take accountability for their actions anymore. We want to blame it on something. We want to give a label to something instead of, like, she could have had so many other choices. She could have locked herself up. She could have signed herself into somewhere and stayed for months until she literally got better, if that's truly what she believed she had. Instead, she could have just unalived herself. But no, she chose to take all 3 of her children. She chose to put, like, she affected the lives of so many people, not just her own, so many. Sorry. My rant. I get so mad because people just, like, think that, oh, I mean, it's no different than when somebody chooses to unalive them just themselves. They don't think about the consequences that they're affecting everybody who's still alive afterwards. I agree with this. She made the decision long before this. I think that it was a whole plan. And the thing is she's labor delivery. And then she had all these books. She had the book that, bad thoughts or whatever doesn't make you bad, or whatever the hell it was that book was, and all this shit. This was a long time coming, year worth. She could have made the choice. It's no different than a cheater saying, well, I cheated. You have to, you should forgive me, get over it, blah, blah, blah. You have the choice to end the relationship before you cheat. It's because nobody wants to take responsibility for their own actions. Okay, what was this one? She could have walked away. The husband would have hated his life because he likes to take trips while his wife is not right. Right. And this is the thing. You don't have to have children. And if you were having postpartum with the second child, why did you have a third? You don't have to have children. It is 2026. There are all kinds of preventatives to having children. I've been married for going on 33 years in September. I have zero children. And no, I've never had an abortion, nothing like that. I just choose not to have children. Like, you don't have to have children. It's all these people who are like, oh, well, I don't want to be on birth control, or I don't want to do all this. It is 2026. There are so many contraceptives out there that you don't have to get pregnant. Right. Yeah. There's so many people that you want to punch in the throat. Doesn't mean you act on it. It's controlling your emotions. Nobody knows how to control their emotions anymore. Right. And that's why you don't have children, right? Like, if you have a relationship where you don't have both people in the relationship, like, I don't know, or you like to go do things, you like to travel, you like to have your freedom and all this stuff, you don't have children. Like, we realize we're very selfish people. Like, we love to go do things. We love to just get up and go one day and go on road trips and do all these crazy things, right? Like, throw the dogs in the fucking car and just go, right? That's not a life conducive with kids. Like, I don't want to have to pack and do all this crazy thing. And we knew that like straight away. Like, so you don't have kids. And we're fine with that. Like that's the thing. If you want to be like the partier, you want to like be able to go to a bar, you want to be able to like pick up and go for a weekend and like go to like do whatever, like then you don't have children. Like you be a responsible adult. Right? I love the fact that it's just me and him and the dogs. Like we can just pick up and go. Like today, if I decided, hey, take off Friday and Monday, and we can go for a 4-day weekend, just wherever the hell. Like, say we want to go to like, I don't know, Niagara Falls or something like that. We can just pick up and leave. That's just how easy it is. Right? That's the thing. And it's 2026. Like to say that, oh, like you could, like there's no way, like you just get pregnant. No. Like every woman knows how to track her cycle, all this stuff. Like there's apps for it now. Like, are you kidding me? That is such a cope. And here's the thing, don't go sleeping around. And if you are, use protection. Be on birth control. Be on all kinds of stuff. Like it's so easy not to get pregnant. It's easier not to get pregnant than it is to get pregnant. Like you can only get pregnant a week out of the entire month. So the fact that you're having all these kids, it's just dumb. And here's a sure way not to get pregnant. Don't have sex with every person you meet. It's just so, like, that is such a coping thing. Well, I didn't know I could get pregnant. Yeah, wear 2 condoms, right? Just to be extra safe. If I'm just at work. I know, right? I always tell people too. Like my husband is 10, he's as fertile as 10 foot up a bull's ass. I'm not kidding you. And I don't have children. It's easy as shit to not get pregnant. Hard hat, boots, and 2 condoms. And he doesn't have children with any other person. I don't have children with any other person. Like it's just easy not to get pregnant. So stupid. I mean, but it's such a cope. And this is the thing, like if she was having like problems from her second birth, why did you have a third? Like, you don't have to have, the 2.5 kids, the white picket fence, all that crazy shit. Oh my God. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. I don't know. I just like the freedom. It's so nice. Yeah. People avoiding responsibility from their own actions. And it's everywhere. It's so everywhere. Besides, nowadays, if you look at how many people unalive or how many kids are unaliving their parents for not being able to play Xbox or, having to do chores or, I don't know, like the craziest things. I'd suggest not having children. All they do is grow up, be self-entitled little assholes. Oh my God, how long is this sidebar taken? We're going to come back and they're going to go, okay, we're going to take our morning break. Well, everybody has the perfect life. If you look at, and this is what's problem, like you realize 80%, he tells me as we drive, a woman, I felt like some kind of enabler. Oh my God. Still bothers. Yeah, right. Well, that's the problem, right? Because on the outside, everybody portrays what they want their life to be, right? And that's the problem. 80% of divorces are started by women because they're like on a journey or finding themselves or all this crazy shit nowadays, right? And like you'll see all these TikTok reels where I left like my perfect husband, blah, 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 because now I'm on a journey to find myself. I lost myself. I don't know how you lost yourself. Like what happened, right? It's all this bullshit because feminism ruined the world. That's another cope bullshit. But I use maps to find myself, right? But 80% because we have no fault divorces, which I think is another bullshit cope. But and then they still want like half their paycheck, half their retirement, half their 401k, all this crazy bullshit. They still want the man to pay for everything, but they want a divorce from them. It's all bullshit to me. Men get screwed. Men should never get married. There's no reason for them to get married. And they should never have children with women they don't know. Like really, really know. The system is broken, and it's basically to drag men down. And so I think that men should never get married. And I say that to all my men friends. All my men friends, I tell them, don't ever get married. Women are the devil. And they'll eventually divorce you. Because that's usually what happens. Because they got to go find themselves and go on some crazy journey. But with no fault divorces, and then you're paying retarded amounts of money for child support and alimony, and which is basically another form of child support, and all this crazy bullshit. And honestly, I believe it's just the system is rigged to take care of women and not men. And then you have women like her. I use math, right? It's like simple. Find your ethics and morals. Well, nobody has ethics and morals anymore. They all want to be boss babes and do all this stuff, and men are supposed to still pay for everything. Women bring nothing to the table, but they still expect men to be chivalrous and, support them and do all this crazy shit and still protect them, if somebody breaks in the house. And crazy journey, send them on a hike in the woods, right? I love all that stuff. It's all crazy shit. Yeah. Well, if you send them on a hike in the woods, they wouldn't be able to take care of themselves, and they'd still choose the bear because they'd rather be eaten by a bear than have a man help them find them out of the woods. Yeah, find their way out of the woods. Because God forbid a man be in the woods. Lies. Yep, lies, ethics, morals. We literally live by death before dishonor. Still here. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that whole crazy thing. Yeah. Yeah, because they have a 50-50 chance that a guy would mean them harm in the woods, but they have a 100% chance that a bear would kill them in the woods. So stupid. And then you have these dumb chicks that are like, "Oh, I've seen bears in the woods before." Are you for real? Get out of here. Like, there's always this moving the goalpost, right? And this cope mechanism. Right. Right? They're dumb. A mother baby too. They're forgetting but bears, yeah. I would just, I don't know. And it's crazy. I mean, like, their whole premise of it is, well, they could, you know. And it's crazy too, because if you ask them, they're like, well, what percentage of men would mean to do you harm? And some of them will be like 90%. And so then if you ask them, well, if you include that 90%, would it be like your brother and your mom, or your brother, your dad, your uncles, and all that stuff? And they're like, well, no, not mine. And it's like 90% of men in the entire world would mean to do you harm, except your family. So stupid. They can't even logically think. But that's why women, I mean, they think with emotion versus logic. Which is why 80% of divorces are started by women. Because they're going to find themselves. And they'll leave a good relationship. Well, this is why too. That's why I was getting to. Because their friend got divorced and they're like, oh, the single life is so great and all this stuff. Because the grass always looks greener on the other side of the fence until they realize it's fertilized with bullshit. And so they left a good man that was helping them, providing for them, protecting them, doing all this shit. And they know that the guy was great. But, well, my friend is having all this fun, going out partying, doing all this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And she made it sound so good until she gets a new man. And then she doesn't want to see her friend anymore because, well, now she's in a new relationship. So, yeah, as I said, it's all fertilized with bullshit because life always looks greener on the other side of the fence. And then what they don't realize is just water your own grass and you'll have a good life too. Reason. But women don't want to put it's all me, me, me. They don't want to rip apart on that. Yep. Yeah. Oh no, they just think of, Smokey the Bandit, oh, come play in the woods with me. So I said it's emotion. And it's open season all men right now because of the whole stupid feminist movement. Men are bad. They're going to hurt you. They're always going to do something horrible. We don't need men. Although, if you realize that what all men do and all the things in life, the infrastructure, all the dirty jobs, all the things that women don't want to do, if men were gone, we would have nothing. But they don't care because, you know, they're women. They're big, strong, powerful women. And I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying women in general. It's not all women think like that. I don't think like that. I love men. Well, I love men as men used to be. Some of these men we're raising today are, I don't even know if you can call them men. They can't even change a tire. If I ask a man today to change a carburetor on a lawnmower, they'd look at me like I have a dick on my forehead. I can do more things than
Trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right, Commonwealth, ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Commonwealth Counsel PJ Hussey.
Well, that's the problem, you know.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, she must have won.
Have a seat.
After all the arguing, bitching of the
All right, good morning, sir.
defense.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please state and spell your name for the record
PJ Hussey, Hussey,
and your date of birth?
5/5/1963.
Where do you work?
Duxbury Fire Department,
And how long have you been a firefighter?
32 years.
Are you also a paramedic?
Yes.
What's the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
Paramedic has advanced life-saving skills, intubation, and medicine we can use on the patients.
Oh,
And is there a certain type of training that you have to have as a paramedic?
Yes, every 2 years.
And to first qualify as a paramedic, what do you have to do?
There's a paramedic class that you take, upwards of 2 years.
So you take that paramedic class. Is there a test you have to take at the end
A
of
state test, yep.
And once you pass that state test and become a paramedic, you have to do continuing education. Is that correct?
Yep.
And did you take that initial training, pass that initial test, and then pass all subsequent training to be a paramedic?
Yes.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
About 17 years.
nice.
What is your current role with the Duxbury Fire Department?
I'm a captain, which is considered a shift commander.
Wow.
And in January of 2023, were you in that same role?
Yes.
What does a shift commander do?
Oversees the operations of the town as far as firefighting and medical services.
How many fire departments, or stations rather, how many stations does Duxbury Fire Department have?
Duxbury has 2.
And how far apart are they?
About 10 minutes apart.
And are they staffed differently from
Yes.
each other?
Yeah.
And how are they staffed?
At the central station, there's a captain and usually 3, and the other station, there's 2, just 2 firefighters.
And for Duxbury, are all the firefighters that work for Duxbury Fire Department also paramedics?
Not all. We have two EMTs. Yeah.
Now,
The rest are medics.
One for
I'm
the,
sorry?
The rest are medics.
And when you say medics, you're talking about paramedics?
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. So directing your attention to January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
Yes.
And what shift were you working?
My own shift, my group, shift 1.
And what is shift 1?
It's just we have four shifts, and I'm just group 1, shift 1.
Is there a certain time that spans? Time of day?
No, 24-hour shifts, 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock the next morning.
Okay, so you were working 8 o'clock in the morning on January 24th,
Yes,
and your shift would end 8 o'clock in the morning on January 25th?
correct.
And were you working in that capacity as a shift commander on the 24th?
Yes,
Now, do you recall a call coming in shortly after 6 p.m. Dispatching you to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
yes,
And did you respond to that scene?
we did.
And how many vehicles and personnel responded?
My car, the shift commander car, ambulance 1, and engine number 2.
And what was the personnel in each of those vehicles? Not names necessarily, but how many people?
Usually it's 2 in the ambulance, but because of the severity of the call when it first came in, we put 3 people in the ambulance, a driver plus 2 medics in the ambulance, and then 2 people, 2 firefighter medics in the engine from the other station.
So that would be 6 people in total?
6 total.
Okay. And did you have anyone from the second station respond initially?
We all came at the same time. We all got dispatched at the same time.
Oh,
So would that have been 6 people total from both stations or 6 people from the central station?
6 people total from both.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you see upon arrival?
There's a couple of police cruisers that were there already, just beat us in. And then we had to go up back to where the patient was located.
And when you refer to the patient that was out back, was that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And did you head to the backyard?
yes,
And did you see her on the ground?
I did.
And were you personally treating her, or was it the other paramedics that
The
were
other
doing?
paramedics were treating her.
Okay. And what were you doing?
Just supervising the call, just make sure things are handled appropriately as a shift commander.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 37. Do you see the area where you were in the backyard that night on the screen?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind standing up and just pointing where you were.
why don't they give him a pointer?
The patient was crossing right here. I was over here in this area here.
And if the record reflects, you pointed to the patient being to the right of the metal window well, and you were standing to the left of the window well. Is that correct?
Yeah, she was right below this window, so she was right in this area.
Okay.
And I was just
And when you said right below this window, you're pointing to the far right second story window?
Yep.
Yes. At some point in time while you were standing there, did you hear a loud noise?
I heard a scream.
And when you heard the scream, could you tell where it was coming from?
It sounded like it was coming from the basement.
And did you look anywhere in particular?
Yeah, I was able to look through the basement window and able to see a male person downstairs.
And when you say the basement window, are you referring to that first
Yes.
metal window
Yes.
well?
Yes.
That was in Exhibit 37. Just showing you again on the screen here what's been marked as Exhibit 50.
Seems a little calmer today.
This window here on the right, does that fairly represent the window that you looked through and could see down into that
Yes.
basement office?
Yeah.
And was the light on in the basement office when you
A
looked in?
light was on. Yes.
He needs to let her.
And what did you see when you looked in the window?
After I heard the scream, I saw a older male gentleman, now knowing it was Patrick Clancy, unwrapping something from a child's head.
And when you saw the male unwrapping something, can you demonstrate the motion that they were doing?
Yeah, the child was on the ground. The head was towards the window, so the head was towards the back of the house, and he picked the child up, and he was in a circular motion, taking something off the head, around the neck.
And could you see the child's face?
Yes.
And what observations did you make of the child's face?
The head was blue.
And did you later learn that child was Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
Well,
At that point, what did you do?
Because of the severity of Miss Clancy on the ground, and now we have another patient, I put a all call in, which is a recall of Duxbury personnel, all Duxbury personnel, if they're available, to come back to the town to help out for when I need help on the scene. And I also need help in the town to cover the town while I'm busy at this scene. And I also requested a mutual aid ambulance to respond to the scene.
Because at that time, there was only one ambulance that was responding.
One ambulance for Miss Clancy, yes. And then I called another, seeing the next patient, I called another ambulance in.
Okay, and what is mutual aid?
Mutual aid is it's a shared system that all the towns use. That if we get busy or busy with calls, we're able to call help in from surrounding towns to give us a hand, whether it be fire related or medical related.
Does Duxbury only have one ambulance?
We have 3.
3, but you only had one staff that night?
Yes.
Okay, so you call in for an additional ambulance. At some point in time, do you learn that there are 2 other patients,
Yes.
Cora Clancy and Callan Clancy?
Yes.
At that point in time, do you have to do anything to call in more assistance?
Well, the recall for Duxford personnel was already put in, so I called 2 more ambulances at that point.
And
This stenographer can only
the scene that night, you know, discovering another victim, was that a chaotic scene?
It turned very chaotic very quickly.
Okay. And was it a situation where people would start treating a patient, but then have to move on to something else and someone would take over?
Sort of. I had 4, so I had myself as a shift commander. I had an EMT with me, but there's also 4 paramedics. So the way it ended up working, all the initial paramedics were with Miss Clancy in the beginning. And then when we found the other patients, we left a paramedic with Miss Clancy, a paramedic with Dawson, and then 2 paramedics were with the 2 other kids in the other room.
And did someone eventually also have to be with Patrick Clancy?
Eventually, yes. Yeah, but at the time, there was nobody with him in the beginning.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. All right, counsel?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
All right.
No question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right. Well, they have to wait for questions because the lady with the thing to her mouth, the
Attorney
stenographer,
Buckingham.
she can only record one person at a time. So a legal transcriptionist, when they're writing this all down or like typing this all out, there's going to be so much that is like, I don't understand because what she's doing is recording all this and it's going to be like, blah, 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 blah. So unless you're playing all this back to be able to stop and record, stop and write to get legal transcription on paper, it would be a bitch. The judge should have said, slow down, let her finish. Stenographer can only pick up one at a time.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
May I inquire?
Yes, please, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
My first name is Loring, Loring. My last name is Nudd, Nudd.
And do you have a nickname that you go by?
I do.
What's that?
Everybody knows me as Chuck.
Chuck. Do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
So I'm a firefighter EMT with the Duxbury Fire Department. I was at that time. I am now retired.
Okay, so when did you retire?
So I retired a year ago.
A year ago? Mm-hmm. And so how long had you been working with Duxbury Fire before your retirement?
A little over 30 years.
30. And can you explain what your role was as a Duxbury firefighter?
So if I was an EMT, which 80% of our calls are probably that related. So I would assist the paramedic, or I would drive the ambulance, or whatever was necessary at the time. And then we were also did fire suppression, and we were all trained in that and went to the academy and all that.
Okay, and can you tell us what the difference is between an EMT and a paramedic?
So a paramedic requires another year or 2 of training, and they're able to prescribe meds. I mean, not prescribe meds, excuse me.
Administer.
Give meds
Administer.
they have according to what they need to do. They can also read the monitor that shows rhythms in the heart and what have you.
Is it fair to say that as an EMT, you're trained in basic life-saving techniques,
Correct.
while a paramedic is advanced life-saving techniques?
Correct.
And so at Duxbury Fire Department, is it also fair to say that each and every firefighter has that dual role of either being an EMT, a paramedic, and a firefighter?
Yes, some are. There might be one EMT, just a basic, where most of them are the medics but we're all firefighters too.
Okay. And in the town of Duxbury, does the town itself have its own ambulances?
Yes.
In addition to the fire engines?
Yes.
And there's also ladder trucks, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you were working as a Duxbury firefighter, what was the schedule? How did you work your shifts?
So we worked 24-hour shifts.
And then how many days on and how many days off?
So we'd have 1 day on, 1 day off, 1 day on, and 5 off.
Wow.
And a 24-hour shift, when did it start and end?
It was 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock the next morning.
So if I direct your attention to January 24th of 2023, you were still working for the Duxbury Fire Department then, correct?
Correct.
And were you on a 24-hour shift that day?
I was.
At some point during the day, were you given kind of what your assignment was for that shift?
Yes.
What was your assignment?
So that day, I mean, we all kind of float around a little bit, but we had a newer member that had made progress. He was an EMT and then made it to paramedic. So I was kind of what they call the backup guy. So I would do whatever fill-in needed to be done, and I would assist with them if necessary.
Okay, and so were you kind of assigned to the ambulance at the central station as that backup person?
I was.
And the person that you identified was kind of the newer employee. What was his name?
Paramedic Dougherty.
And that would be Daniel Dougherty?
Daniel Dougherty, yeah.
And who was the other Duxbury firefighter that was assigned to the ambulance that shift?
It would have been paramedic Kevin Heath.
So at approximately 6 o'clock or just after 6 p.m., were you advised of a dispatch to a residence in the town of Duxbury?
Yes.
And where was that dispatch going to take you?
So it was going to take us to Summer Street.
And so you and firefighter Heath and firefighter Dougherty, you all get in the ambulance?
Correct.
And do you go to 47 Summer Street?
We do.
Who was in the ambulance? Who was assigned as kind of the driver and the tech?
So at that time, because we had heard, you know, what kind of call we had an idea what call we were going to. The two medics sat up front and were able to converse while I sat in the back and again was that backup guy, more or less.
Okay. And as far as the nature of the call that you believed you were coming into, is it fair to say that the initial call had to deal with a female that had gone out the window, possibly a suicide?
Yeah, as I remember, it was a second floor fall.
At the time that you were dispatched to that location, did you know that there was any pediatric patients or children involved?
No.
Now, approximately how long did it take to get from the station, central station, to 47 Summer Street, if you recall?
I'm going to say 4 to 5 minutes.
And when you arrived on scene, were there already other emergency personnel on scene?
There were.
Were you the first ambulance on scene?
We were.
How about fire trucks? Were there any other fire trucks from Duxbury?
The fire truck, you could hear it in the background, but it wasn't there yet.
So is it fair to say that there were some Duxbury police cruisers that had arrived just ahead of you?
Correct.
Where did you go with the ambulance when you got to that address of 47 Summer Street?
So as we were pulling up, I could hear the two guys up front say, the cruisers are in the way of the driveway. So I said, okay, you guys take the call, meaning get out of the car and get out of the truck and get started, and I'll take care of the truck.
Okay. And so when you come to the address, are you able to at least pull into the driveway at some point?
Not at that point. Because I was in the back, I switched to the driver's seat. And at that time, I saw an officer coming and he was getting ready to move the vehicle that was in our way so that I could back in.
And so were you able to then back the ambulance into the driveway?
I was.
And were there other vehicles that were not emergency personnel vehicles in the driveway?
There might have been some of their vehicles, but there might have been, but I don't really. I had enough room to put my vehicle there, and that's all that mattered.
Okay, so when you backed the ambulance in, firefighter Heath and firefighter Dougherty, what did they do?
They had already jumped out. They had already jumped out, grabbed the gear, and taken off for the back of the house.
Once you got the ambulance secured in the driveway, what did you do?
So, assuming that they were going to need a stretcher, I started pulling a stretcher out of the back of the ambulance.
And again, you said you backed the ambulance in?
Correct.
As you were pulling the stretcher out of the back of the ambulance, did you observe somebody coming from the house?
Yes.
What did you see?
One of the police officers was carrying a child.
And so what did you do when you saw him carrying the child out of the house?
So at that point, the stretcher was almost out of the vehicle, and I said, over here, and he placed him on the stretcher.
Were you able to make observations of the child as he's being placed on the stretcher?
I was.
What did he look like?
So his face was blue. He had marks around his neck, and his body was pale.
Oh,
And so once the officer, or first off, was the officer somebody you knew from Duxbury?
Correct. It was Officer Homestead.
Okay. And once the child was placed on the stretcher, what did you do after you made that initial observations of him?
So we rolled it right inside so he could start doing CPR.
Now, as an EMT, what is the first thing you generally do when you're observing a patient or assessing a patient?
So you always look for response and you go for airway.
Okay. And fair to say there's kind of what they call the ABCs.
Correct.
Can you tell the jurors what that means?
So it's airway, breathing, circulation.
And in this circumstance, were you able to observe the child breathing on his own?
No.
How about, were you able to secure an airway for him?
Not at that time. We were still doing this
I don't know how she's sitting through.
preliminary.
And how about circulation or pulse or cardiac activity? Were you able to determine any of that upon your initial assessment of him?
At that point, no.
Now, after you are in the back of the ambulance, do other EMTs or other paramedics come and assist you with this child?
Yes. So when the patient was getting rolled in, I also yelled out to my captain, hoping that he was going to hear me, that I needed a medic in my truck because I needed him to know that there was someone in my truck. And I'm assuming someone heard me, and they then directed a medic to my truck once one appeared.
Okay. And so the medic that came to the truck, was that Keith Netty?
Yes.
And that was not the original person who went to the scene with you in the ambulance, was it?
Correct.
And what happened when you had the child in the back of the ambulance? What did you guys do to try to tend to him?
So we were doing CPR, and then there was he wanted to check the monitor, so we got the monitor out.
And
How do I mean? You have to understand.
with the monitor, what was the monitor supposed to be looking for?
Yeah.
Heart rhythm.
Okay. And so do you have to kind of hook that up to the patient in order to assess whether there's any activity?
I mean,
And those monitors that you have in your equipment, do they do anything more than just check for heart rate?
The paramedic can then look and see what kind of, not just a heart rate, but a rhythm. And then
If there is not a rhythm, does that machine help you to do anything to try to restart somebody's heart?
with a rhythm, with the rhythm that they gave us, they said, we can disconnect it, because they were concerned they needed the monitor downstairs too, or elsewhere.
And is it fair to say that at that point you're assisting the paramedic with their assessment and running that equipment and checking the monitor?
No, I'll allow it, but let's kind of move on. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Re-ask it.
Are you assisting the paramedic at that point to
Yes.
treat the child in the ambulance? At some point, do you leave the ambulance?
I do.
And where do you go after you leave the ambulance?
I bring the monitor down to the basement.
Are the other paramedics and the other responders still working on the child?
Correct.
And
did they shock him?
to be
Oh, come on. Holy crap.
basement.
Because my cap,
I wonder if they ever shocked him. Try to get the sinus rhythm back. Holy crap.
When
there were.
were you to make observations of those children?
Not really. I mean, they weren't crying.
Fair to say they were being treated by others.
Correct.
And so once you dropped off that equipment, did you go back outside?
I did.
And what ultimately was your role at the end of this call? What were you asked to do?
I was asked to drive.
So the ambulance that responded from Duxbury, that's ambulance number 1?
Correct.
Ambulance 1. Did you drive that ambulance to a hospital?
Correct.
Which hospital was that?
I forget if it was the Jordan or the BI now, but it's the Plymouth Hospital.
Here in Plymouth?
Correct.
And that was with Dawson Clancy in the back, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
No questions. Enjoy your retirement.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
No questions. Enjoy your retirement. Yeah, I didn't know if you could because you were so young. I don't know.
Thank you. The Commonwealth will call Keith Netty as its next witness, please.
Same objection.
Yeah, I don't even know how you would do that, or even if you can do that. I don't have kids, so I don't know if that's even a possibility. Yeah. My husband's certified in CPR, but I'm not. I've never taken the classes for it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right,
I
counsel.
can do
Thank you.
CPR.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name, please?
First name is Keith. Last name is Netty, N-E-T-T-E.
I know how to stick.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for the Duxbury Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Duxbury Fire Department?
About 17 years.
And currently working for the Duxbury Fire Department, what is your role? What do you do there?
Right now, I'm a captain, shift commander.
And are you a firefighter as well as a trained paramedic?
Yes.
At Duxbury Fire, you all work 24-hour shifts?
Correct.
If I draw your attention to January 24th, 2023, do you recall working a 24-hour shift that day?
I was at home.
Okay. And so what was the shift that you were working that week, if you remember?
I believe I worked maybe 2 days prior. I don't really remember.
Okay. So you were on a day off?
Yes, correct.
And how was it that you ended up being involved in the call at 47 Summer Street on January 24th?
We were recalled from via a pager and text message that there was an incident going on and that we were to respond.
So can you explain to us how that works?
So a tone goes off through dispatch that sends off a pager at our houses that alerts us. Then we also get text messages about the incident and then respond either to the station or to the scene, whichever they request.
As a Duxbury firefighter, are part of your responsibilities to respond to these recalls?
Yes.
Is it a voluntary thing?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you were indisposed or unavailable when a call went out or tone went out, would you be expected to respond to the scene?
No.
But in this case, on January 24th, just after 6 p.m., you heard that call go out, correct?
Correct.
And so then what did you do when you heard the call?
I drove to the scene in my personal truck.
When you got to the scene, what did you see?
I saw police and fire vehicles. And then I walked up the driveway and walked into the back of the ambulance.
Now, when you arrived and saw police, so that was Duxbury Police?
Correct.
And the fire personnel that was on scene, who was on scene, if you remember?
I only saw 2 people on scene initially. That was Kevin Heath and
Cool.
Sergeant Homestead.
Okay. And Sergeant Homestead is a Duxbury officer?
Correct.
Now, was there a Duxbury ambulance in the driveway when you pulled up?
Yes.
And before even getting past that ambulance, were you asked to assist?
Yes.
What did you see when you came to the back of that ambulance?
I saw an officer, Sergeant Homestead, and Kevin Heath doing CPR on a child.
Had you seen how the child ended up in the ambulance, or did you come after?
I came after.
Did you then help take over with treating that child in the back of the ambulance?
Yes.
What was your initial observation of the patient? What did he look like?
Blue, white, non-responsive, not breathing, no pulse.
And this particular patient, did you come to learn him to be the child named Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
And he was approximately 3 years old?
Yes.
What kind of treatment did you and paramedic Heath offer to Dawson in the back of the ambulance? What did you do?
We tried to start an IV, but then we also started an IO, which is kind of like an IV. tried intubation, which is a advanced airway, medications, and continued CPR.
So an IV, that's just putting a needle into somebody and trying to pump fluids in medicine, correct?
Correct.
Tell us what an IO is.
An IO is interosseous, which is basically into the bone marrow on the lower leg.
So what do you do to try to enter an IO?
Usually we have a drill, but we had a manual one instead.
So what do you do with the manual drill to enter the IO?
You just twist and then it goes into the bone.
Right.
And what bone do you attempt to do this in? And were you able to enter that IO into Dawson?
Yes.
What is the purpose of the IO versus the IV?
If the patient has difficult access, which pediatrics do.
And in this circumstance, what kinds of medication were you trying to deliver through the IO to Dawson?
Epinephrine.
What's the purpose of epinephrine?
Basically
Unabolic.
to restart the heart.
Yep.
And at this point, he had no heart activity.
Correct.
You also mentioned attempts to intubate. Can you tell us what that means?
So intubation is an advanced airway where you put a tube into the airway to secure it to deliver high flow oxygen.
Were you able to intubate Dawson?
Yes, Kevin Heath did.
And what do you do when you enter the tool to intubate?
You go into the mouth and
Good.
you do a motion pulling up to see the vocal cords so you can pass the tube through.
And what do you attach to the tube to try to increase the breath?
Oxygen and BVM, which is basically you're squeezing a bag.
So BVM would stand for bag valve mask?
Correct.
While you were treating Dawson and doing the airway, intubating him, giving him the medicines, were you able to observe anything about the area of his neck?
Yes.
What did you observe about his neck?
Dark red marks around his neck.
Now, all of this is happening while you are in the back of the ambulance with firefighter Heath, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall another Duxbury officer being present, Dan Dougherty?
Yes.
Eventually, was that ambulance then sent to the local hospital?
Yes.
Which hospital did you guys go to?
BI Plymouth.
On the ride to the hospital, did you ever get a pulse for Dawson?
No.
Were you ever able to resume breathing using that method with the bag valve mask?
No.
The efforts to give him the medication, the epinephrine, did it ever do anything to start his heart?
No.
When you arrived at the Beth Israel Hospital emergency department, tell us how you transferred the care of the patient.
We wheeled the stretcher in. We went into the first room, which is trauma 1 and trauma 2. We moved the patient over to their bed and then transferred care.
While you were at the emergency department at Beth Israel, did you see another child from that same home come in?
I did.
And what department brought them in? What fire department?
Marshfield.
Did you do anything to assist Marshfield when they came through the emergency department?
I assisted in compressions when they were getting the child out of the ambulance.
And is that something that is ongoing during when you're trying to transfer care to the emergency staff?
Yes.
Being the father of the children at the emergency department that evening when you were there?
I did.
And you came in to Dr. Clancy?
Correct. And yeah, just basically visually upset.
Did you do anything yourself to assist him when he was there?
I assisted to get a chair in case he needed to sit down.
And was that before or after the children had been declared?
I believe it was after.
Thank you.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Let me step down. Thank you.
The Commonwealth would call Patrick Dwyer as its next witness.
objection from the record.
Okay.
So they didn't get any of them? I thought one of them was able to get their heart to start for a little bit, but then ended up dying in the hospital. Or did he say that? I missed it. Oh my God, the speed is horrible today.
All right, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Yes, counsel.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name?
Patrick Dwyer,
Can you please spell your last name for the record?
Dwyer.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic at the Duxbury Fire Department.
And in what capacity are you a firefighter or paramedic? Do you have any supervisory roles?
No, I'm not a supervisor at the department.
Now, in your role as a firefighter and a paramedic, did you receive training for those roles?
Yes.
And how long have you worked for the Duxbury Fire Department?
It's in my 8th year right now.
I'm going to draw your attention to January 24th of 2023. Do you recall working that day?
Yes.
Were you on a 24-hour shift?
Yes.
And so that would be an 8 a.m. to 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
At approximately 6 o'clock or just after 6 p.m., were you dispatched to 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
What was your assignment that day on shift?
I was working on the engine out of our Station 2
Where is Station 2 located in the town of Duxbury?
on Franklin Street.
When the dispatch came into 47 Summer Street, do you know approximately how long it took you to get from Station 2 to the location?
A few minutes.
Who was working with you at Station 2 that day?
Jennifer Stratton.
What were each of your designated roles?
I believe Jen was driving the engine and I was in the officer's seat.
Now, at Station 2 in Duxbury, is it normal for just two of you to be on shifts at that station at any given time?
Yes, correct.
And fair to say there are other firefighters and paramedics that are on staff at the central station, correct?
Correct.
And in this dispatch, you at Station 2 on the engine were dispatched to 47 Summer Street, correct?
That's correct.
When you received the dispatch, did you have any information that there had been children involved?
No, we did not.
When you got to the scene, what did you see?
When we got there, it was dark out. We started walking towards the house, and the other firefighters were there before us. Then we were directed to go to the basement.
Before going to the basement, were you directed towards the outside of the house and then redirected to the basement?
We were walking towards the backyard, so I believe that's where the first person was located. So we were kind of making our way back there.
So I'm just going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you see it on the screen next to you?
Yes.
And so would this be 47 Summer Street?
Yes.
And fair to say you were on your way to the backyard on the left side when you were redirected?
Yes.
Did you ever make it into the backyard?
We went through the backyard to go into the residence.
But you were directed to the basement, right?
Yes.
If you can take a look at that screen again, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 38. Can you see over here sliding glass doors?
Yes.
Is that where you entered the house?
Yes.
You indicated that you also went to the basement, correct?
Correct.
When you got into the house and went down into the basement, which side did you go to at the bottom of the stairs, the right or the left?
We went down to the left.
What did you observe when you went down into the basement?
We saw two children on the ground and the father sitting on the couch next to them.
So again, just going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 95. Is that fair to be the left side
Yes.
basement? And Exhibit 96. Where did you see the father?
He was sitting on a couch or something in the area. Not sure exactly which one.
Would it be the pull-out bed?
Did you also observe the children on the floor?
Yes,
How many children?
2.
What did you do when you observed the children?
We started CPR. They were in cardiac arrest.
Okay, and so which child did you work on?
A 5-year-old girl
Where was she located?
on the floor in that room.
So as far as looking at exhibit number 96, does
You
that depict
showed-
the area, general area where you saw the 5-year-old child?
Yes,
Where did you treat her? Where did you see her?
right in that area. I can't remember exactly where it was.
He's like,
in this photograph of exhibit number 96, do you see a lot of equipment?
Yes,
And I'm just going to show you exhibit 101 too, with some more equipment. Do you see all that equipment there?
yes.
Is that equipment that was used to treat?
this
the
guy's so
5-year-old child?
disassociated from
Yes.
this whole
Did you
scene.
learn her name to later be Cora Clancy?
Yes.
While you were assisting or working with Cora, what was Jen Stratton doing, your partner?
She was with the other child.
Do you recall where the other child was in relation to Cora?
They're kind of right next to each other.
I don't know
So
how
again,
she's
showing
sitting
you
through
exhibit
this.
number 96, if you look to the middle of
Not
the
like
photograph,
blowing
there's
her
a
eyes
spot
out.
on the floor. Is that a fair place where Cora was?
Yes.
And would the other child, the younger infant, was he closer to the couch or the bed area, or was he in a different location in the basement?
Probably more towards this side, I would say, if I can remember.
When you say this side,
Like-
what do you see in the picture to depict where?
Probably closer to the cardiac monitor.
Okay, and can you tell us which is the cardiac monitor? Is it here at the bottom?
Yes, that piece of equipment right there.
And again, in exhibit 101, can you see the cardiac monitor a little better?
Yes,
Where is it in this photograph?
right there.
Right there.
Do you mind just getting up and pointing to it on the screen?
He's like, nah.
So we're talking about this black bag that is sort of off center of the photograph.
This guy
Next to.
doesn't want anything to do with this.
Is that fair? Is that?
Sorry, what was the question?
I'm just trying to locate it on the picture for the record. So you pointed to a black bag that's kind of off center in this photograph, correct?
This is a cardiac monitor.
Oh, thank you. When you started to treat Cora, what were your observations of her when you came upon her?
I noticed she kind of looked like she had some burst blood vessels around her eyes.
Yeah.
Did you make any observations of the color of her skin?
That was kind of pale, bluish.
When you approach the patient, what's the first thing that you do to assess them?
I check for breathing, check for a pulse.
Did she have a pulse?
No,
Was she breathing?
no.
And when you're doing those things, are you able to make observations of the area around their face, like their nose and their mouth?
Yes.
In this circumstance with Cora, did you notice anything around her mouth?
Around her mouth? Not that I can recall.
This guy's like, I just got to work, lady. I just started working on a child. He wants nothing to do with this. He wants to just forget the whole thing.
When you are trying to assess her breathing, is there anything you do to try to resuscitate somebody or get them to breathe?
Yes, we would use a bag valve mask to help them breathe.
Did you do that for Cora?
Eventually, when we got the equipment down there, yes.
And were you able to use that device and get her to breathe on her own?
No.
And while you're utilizing that bag valve mask, fair to say you're in close contact and making observations of the patient's face and mouth, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you're not sure if you recalled seeing anything around her mouth.
Nothing particularly that I can think of.
Okay, if I may approach.
Yeah.
Just going to show you page 9, if you could read lines 17 through 19 yourself.
Refreshing his memory.
Does that refresh your memory? What did you observe in or
Right.
around Cora's mouth?
That she did have some blood in her mouth.
Did eventually other emergency staff come down and help you with rendering aid on Cora?
Yes.
And fair to say, one of the things that you do is maintain compressions and CPR.
Yes.
And can you do that by yourself, or do you often have to have somebody help?
Well, we usually have multiple people working.
And in this circumstance, with the treatment of Cora, other people came in and helped you with those things?
Yes.
Were you eventually able to prepare her to leave the basement area?
Yes, once we get more first responders down there.
And fair to say there was first responders from other departments that came and helped prepare to bring Cora out of the basement, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how she left the basement?
We took her out of the basement on a backboard up the bulkhead stairs.
And the firefighters that were assisting putting her on the backboard, do you remember where they were from, what town?
Marshfield.
When Cora was placed into an ambulance, do you remember what ambulance she was placed into?
Marshfield ambulance.
Did you continue to help assist them when she was put in the ambulance?
Yes, I went to the hospital with them.
And do you remember who the firefighters were that were from Marshfield that were helping you?
Yes, Andrew Wilkins, Ryan Henry, and Kerry Carver.
And fair to say Andrew and Ryan were in the back of the ambulance with you, correct?
Yes.
And Kerry was driving?
I believe she was in the back also.
Okay. At some point, somebody hopped in the front seat and drove?
Yes.
And when you got to the hospital, which hospital did you transport to?
Beth Israel, Plymouth.
Were efforts continued to be made in that transport from Duxbury to Beth Israel in Plymouth?
Yes.
While inside the ambulance, did you try to use one of those cardiac machines to shock or defibrillate Cora?
Yes.
Was there any result for that?
We shocked once, but did not regain pulses.
And when you got to the hospital, did you transfer care to the emergency staff at Beth Israel?
Yes.
And did you do anything further on the care and treatment of Cora?
Not once we transferred care, no.
Reading his own statement made him remember more.
Mr. Reddington?
No questions. Thank you, sir.
No questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. Thank
Thanks.
He's like, thank God. You could tell after he read his statement, his throat started to get tight and the rim of his eyes started to get red.
Roll calls Jennifer Stratton.
Oh, there's a partner. She's going to break down. Same objection. She became an alcoholic after this.
Hey, good morning. All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you, okay? Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, Trish Sprague.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Jennifer Stratton, JenniferStratton.
And your date of birth?
July 11th, 1986.
Where do you work?
Duxbury Fire Department.
And how long have you been a Duxbury firefighter?
12 years.
Are you also a paramedic?
Yes.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
About 13.
And have you completed all the training and certification required to be a paramedic?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you working a 24-hour shift that started at 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And were you part of a crew that was dispatched to 47 Summer Street just after 6 p.m.?
Yes.
And who was with you in that crew?
Firefighter Patrick Dwyer was with me in the engine that night.
And approximately how long did it take you to get from the station you were located at to 47 Summer Street?
Maybe 4 or 5 minutes.
And were you driving?
I was driving that night.
What did you see when you arrived?
Pulled up to the address, saw our ambulance crew. They had arrived just before we did. They were starting to walk to the back of the house.
And did you follow?
Yes.
And what did you see in the backyard?
Came to the backyard, saw firefighter Dan Dougherty kneeling next to a person. It was very dark. Ended up being Miss Clancy. That was all we saw for a few seconds.
And at that point, did you hear something?
We did. Heard a voice yelling for us to get inside of the house, that there was a kid hanging in the basement.
Hanging?
And did you go into the house?
We did.
And what entrance did you go in?
Through the slider doors in the rear.
And did that lead you into the kitchen?
Yes.
And then did you proceed to the basement?
Yes.
Did
When
anyone
you
else?
got down to the basement, down the basement stairs, would it be accurate to state that you can either go right or left?
Yes.
Which direction did you go?
We took a left.
And what did you see when you went left?
We took a left and we saw Callan and Cora face up on the ground.
And when you saw them, what did you do?
I immediately jumped on the radio to ask for 2 additional ambulances, that we needed more help. And Patrick ran to Cora and I went to Callan.
And showing you has been marked as Exhibit 100. Is this the room that you entered?
Yes.
And where was Cora, to your memory?
Cora was just to the left in this picture, and Callan was just to the right.
And when you say just to the left, are you putting over towards the equipment against the wall in the picture?
Yes.
And when you say to the right, are you pointing to the area to the right of the dresser?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 98. Is that the area where Callan was found?
Yes.
And close up, Exhibit 99. You see the pajamas there, the stethoscope, and the blue exercise band.
Yes.
Do you recall removing Callan's pajamas to treat him?
I did, yes.
So when you went over to Callan, you remove his clothing. What do you do after that?
I didn't remove his entire onesie right away. Made sure that checked him for a pulse. He did not have one. Immediately started chest compressions on him.
Now, for this is an 8-month-old baby,
Yes.
correct? Is the way you do chest compressions for a baby different than other people, other ages?
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
because of the size, you have to scoop your arms around and you compress with your thumbs and the
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you said you have to put your hands underneath on the back of the child and then use your thumbs to do compressions?
Yes.
And is that what you did for Callan?
Yes.
And what did you do next?
Continued CPR on him until more help and hands started to arrive on scene. We had an off-duty firefighter, Tom Brandt, come in, and he started to assist me. He took over compressions briefly. while more help started to arrive.
When Brant took over chest compressions, what did you do?
At that point, someone had brought down a bag valve mask to help us deliver oxygen to the child, and we started delivering oxygen to the child.
And at some point, did you remove the pajamas completely? Yes. And when you removed the pajamas completely, was that so someone could attempt to get IO access through the baby's legs? And was that successful?
That was not successful, no.
Is that difficult to do with a child that age?
It's a little more difficult. It's a less frequent practice skill. But
were multiple attempts made to get the IV and access into the bone in Callan's leg?
I attempted once, and another provider attempted a second time. I don't remember who that was.
And neither attempt was successful? What did you do next? Oh, what was your answer?
For which
I'm sorry. Was either attempt successful?
No.
What did you do next?
Eventually, Kingston Fire arrived on scene to provide the ambulance for transport for Callan. I don't know how long we were in the basement for, but we did make the decision eventually it was time to get moving to the truck and start going to the hospital.
While you were working on Callan, did you notice any injuries on him?
Yes, he had deep strangulation marks around the entire circumference of his neck.
And throughout the entire time that you're in the basement, are chest compressions being done and you're trying to assist him with breathing?
Yes.
Did he, in the home, ever regain a pulse or the ability to breathe?
No, he did not.
Was he eventually taken to the ambulance?
Yes.
And how was he removed from the basement and brought to the ambulance?
I scooped him up in my arms and carried him outside to the truck.
And did you go with him in that transport to the hospital?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did he regain the ability to breathe or heartbeat during that transport?
No, he did not.
Was care transferred to medical staff at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth?
Yes, they were.
Nothing further, thank you.
Mr. Reddington? You may step down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Robert Costanzo.
Wait for it to stand by, please.
Sure, yeah.
Sorry, I was texting my delivery person. Delivers Delivers my groceries. She's here, obviously. Did we get lunch and I missed it? Oh no, they want to go to lunch until 1.
Thank you. Robert Costanzo.
Okay. Right. Let me just bring my order in. And then I'll be more.
Good morning, sir.
Sorry about that.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Robert Costanzo, Costanzo.
And your date of birth, please.
4/24/1985.
Where do you work?
Pembroke Fire Department.
And how long have you been a Pembroke firefighter?
I've been there since 2011.
And are you also a paramedic?
I am.
How long have you been a paramedic?
I've been with Pembroke since 2011, and I started in EMS in 2006.
And have you done all the training and certification required to be a paramedic?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And were you working an overtime shift that day?
Yes.
What was your role on that shift?
I was assigned to the ambulance.
And at some point after 6 p.m. that day, was there a call put out by Duxbury Fire Department for mutual aid?
Yes.
And being members of the Pembroke Fire Department, did you respond to that request for mutual aid?
Yes, we did.
Who responded?
It was me and my partner.
Who was your partner?
Dan Smith.
And did you go in an ambulance or some type of engine?
An ambulance.
And did you respond to the area of 47 Summer Street?
Yes, we did.
And approximately how long did it take you to get there?
Between 5 and 8 minutes.
When you arrived, what did you see?
There were multiple pieces of equipment, other ambulances, police cars.
When you arrived, were you directed to the backyard?
Yes.
And did you see a patient there in the backyard?
Yes, we did.
And where was she located?
She was on the ground with a Duxbury firefighter. She was already C-spined on a longboard with a collar. She was unresponsive, but breathing on the ground.
And did you learn her name was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And when you say she was already on a board with a C-spine, what type of equipment are we talking about? And if you could just explain to the jurors.
So it's just a long flat board that we use to secure people when there's possible spinal injury. And she already had the collar on her neck. They had already started treatment prior to our arrival. So they had her all secured to the long backboard with the collar applied.
And did you notice anything about her wrists at that time?
Yes, her wrists were bandaged previously, assuming some kind of injury. There was no active bleeding or anything through the bandage. It was just, but her wrists were bandaged.
Was it white bandaging?
Yes.
And so nothing was seeping through to your eye? Did you see anything on her neck area?
She had some superficial lacerations that we could see around the collar, but we don't typically remove equipment after it's already been placed. So I didn't investigate any further than that. There was no active bleeding that I could see, so we just left it alone.
So there was, even with the collar, there was nothing, no blood flowing out of the collar or pooling around her or anything like that?
Correct.
Was she breathing?
She was.
Was she responsive?
No.
Was she making any noise at all?
She was moaning and groaning, but no words, no verbal response.
Did you bring her to your ambulance?
Yes, we did.
And when you got to the ambulance, what was your role?
I was the tech in charge, so we did as much of an assessment as we could without removing her from the board to look for any further injuries. Other than the injuries that the Duxbury Fire Department had already found, we didn't find any further injuries. And then we continued with treatment, vital signs and such.
When you did the assessment, did you look at her head?
Yes.
Were there any cuts or bumps or dents that you noticed in her head?
Not that we noticed, no.
What about her arms other than the bandaging on her wrists? Were there any cuts, obvious broken bones or injuries to her arms or her hands?
No obvious broken bones or anything, no.
And you said you were the tech. What does that mean?
I was the medic that was in charge. It's a medic that's in charge, or you're the medic in charge. Okay. So I was the medic in charge.
And was anyone else in the back of the ambulance with you treating Ms. Clancy?
Yes, my partner, Dan Smith.
Who was driving the ambulance, if you recall?
It was our deputy chief, Jim Shea.
And do you recall which hospital you went to?
South Shore Hospital.
While you're, well, let me ask you, how long approximately did it take you to get from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to South Shore Hospital?
It's typically about, from Pembroke, it would be about 15 minutes, so it would be a little bit longer than that. I'm not sure the exact time, so probably maybe 18 minutes.
Okay. And while you're in that transport, in the back of the ambulance, after you've done this examination of Lindsay Clancy to see if there are any other injuries, what do you do next?
So we would start treatment. So we started putting 2 IVs as a precaution, and any other treatment that was needed. So we noticed that her pupils were constricted, and she was unresponsive. So we treated for a potential opioid overdose. We gave 2 milligrams of Narcan. And she seemed to become a little bit more agitated, reaching out with her arms, but no verbal communication. She never fully woke up.
And have you given Narcan to individuals in the past in your role as a paramedic?
Yes, I have.
What is the typical reaction when you give a patient Narcan?
It depends on the drug that they took or the amount of drugs that they took, but depending on what they take, their respirations will go up, their pupils will get a little bigger. Sometimes they fully wake up.
We know who they are, who's referred to.
The patient.
And you were referring to patients that you've dealt with in the past in your role as a paramedic, is
That's
that correct?
correct, yes.
Okay. And so they would often wake up when given Narcan?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what type of drugs, based on your training experience, does Narcan work on?
We're trained to use it for opioid overdoses.
Yeah.
So heroin, fentanyl, other drugs like that.
Okay. And does Narcan typically work on benzodiazepine?
We are not trained to use it for anything other than opioids.
Okay. And when you gave Lindsay Clancy the Narcan, she did not wake up, correct?
No.
Did you provide any other care to Lindsay Clancy on the way to the hospital?
Just continued to monitor her vitals and make sure there was no decline.
And once you arrived at the hospital, did you transfer her care to the hospital staff?
Yes, we did.
No other questions?
All right. So you're not trained in Narcan on benzodiazepines, is that correct?
Yeah, we don't give it for benzodiazepines.
And in any event, when you gave Narcan to the body that was laying on the ground, and she had already been wrapped up on her wrist, right?
That's correct.
Already been wrapped up, had the thing on the neck to prevent the head from moving, right?
That's so impressive.
And also had bandages perhaps on her neck area, I'm not sure.
There were no bandages that I could see because
Just
the
the neck
collar
thing.
blocks. Yeah, most of it I could see. There are some holes in the collar that we could see some superficial lacerations through,
Right.
but there was no active bleeding. Her wrists were already bandaged, so we don't take the bandages off after they're on. And
Okay.
there was no blood
That's good.
throughs.
I asked the questions, you can answer them, okay?
Oh,
Narcan administered to Lindsay Clancy on the ground, yes?
In the ambulance, but yes.
And there was no reaction. It didn't have any effect on her, right?
She appeared to become a little bit more, she started reaching and grabbing a little bit more than she was before.
That's consistent as well with a person who's had a head injury, right?
Could be.
Yeah. So in any event, the Narcan that you're trained would be dealing with opioids, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you know, sir, at all that she suffered a burst fracture of a cervical spine? Did you know that, sir?
No.
T5 through T6, T4, 6, 7, 8, all exploded, fractured. Did you know that?
No.
Did you know that there was hemorrhaging into her body, that she fractured every rib in her body?
No.
It was pretty dark out there, wasn't it?
It was.
Did you obviously administer aid to her, or did you also have like a flashlight on your head? Were you holding a flashlight or what?
She was already packaged. She was already on the longboard and everything. So we picked her up, put her on the stretcher, and moved out of the backyard into the ambulance.
So how long did you handle, if you will, her while she was laying there?
Impressive.
On scene, we were only on scene for, I think it was 7 minutes, I think, total on scene from the time that we.
Chaotic?
Yes.
And it was dark in the backyard, right?
Yes.
There was no exterior lighting, nothing on the house that was lit up like spotlights or anything, right?
That's correct.
No flashlights, right?
No.
And you scrutinized a hole in the thing that goes around the neck when someone has a head injury, especially
Apparently.
cervical injury, thoracic injuries. You scrutinized a hole that noted that there was superficial wound to the neck.
That's all we could see through the side of the collar.
Who's waiting?
Me and my partner.
Was your partner scrutinizing the hole as well?
The whole, I don't know.
You said there's a hole in that, in the thing that goes around the neck.
Yeah, there's holes in the collar that you can see through.
Right, and you were scrutinizing.
Yeah, well, if it was wide open and bleeding, we'd know it. If it was flesh and blood, we'd know it.
Did your partner look through the hole as well? And you've talked about your testimony with the district attorneys in the past, haven't you?
What?
One of the things that they asked you is whether or not it appeared as though the injuries to her neck or wrist were superficial. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And other than looking through the little hole in the thing around her neck in the dark, you didn't see her neck after that was removed, did you?
No.
Why would they? They are not going to remove it if she has a neck injury.
After the 7 minutes that you were in the dark backyard, you were then in an ambulance for 18 minutes with the patient, correct?
That's correct.
And there's lighting in the ambulance, correct?
There is.
And during those 18 minutes in the well-lit ambulance, did you ever see blood seeping through the bandages on her wrists?
Gushing blood everywhere.
During those 18 minutes in the well-lit ambulance, did you ever see blood pooling around her neck or flowing from the neck?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further? No. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
no. You're not going to yell at him anymore? Wow. Was she gushing blood? Was she losing consciousness? Was her heart rate dropping?
Cromwell calls Daniel Dougherty.
Holy hell.
Same objection.
Same objection.
Justified.
Right? I agree. Who's the strangler? I want to know. Okay, right. All right. Who's the St. Cloud strangler? I want to know. Oh, is that Dale? As soon as you wrote it. Oh, they are. All I can see is that money. Got it.
All right. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Allegedly, Dean.
Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Daniel Dougherty, Dougherty.
And your date of birth?
I love that you
27,
the
1986.
other one.
Where do you work?
Duxbury Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Duxbury Fire Department?
5.5 years, full time.
Are you also a paramedic?
Yes.
And how long have you been a paramedic?
Was her wound
4 years.
superficial?
And have you completed all the training and education and certification required to be a paramedic?
Allegedly.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you working a 24-hour shift?
Yes.
What was your role that day on shift?
Firefighter, paramedic.
And sometime after 6 p.m., did you respond to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes.
And when you responded, who was with you?
Firefighter Heath was driving and firefighter Nudd was
I know.
And so you're in ambulance 1 at that time?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And when you arrive at 47 Summer Street, what do you see?
There was two police cruisers either blocking the driveway or near it. So we pulled ahead of it, stopped the truck, and got out.
There's so many videos.
And did you head to get equipment and head to the backyard?
This first takes 6 to 8.
And what did you see in the backyard?
We had Officer Hall kind of directing us towards the side of to the side gate.
I know.
And from there, we went around to the back of the house.
And did you see a female on the ground?
We did.
And did you learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
We're gonna
Do
have.
you recall what she was wearing?
I believe it was jeans and a tank top.
Did she also have socks on?
I believe so.
And did you examine her or assess her once you reached her?
Yes.
And what, if any, injuries did you observe?
Right.
She had lacerations to both wrists as well as her neck.
And were those lacerations actively bleeding?
No.
Can you describe the lacerations that you saw on her neck?
There was dried blood. Seemed to be somewhat superficial since there was no active bleed.
And what about the cuts on her wrists?
Same.
And would you say same? Are you saying that there was no active bleeding there?
Correct.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do to treat those wounds?
We bandaged them up. I believe we placed a ABD pad, just a sterile pad on her neck as well.
And you said an APD or a sterile pad. Is that just a type of like gauze or something that you put on the wound?
Yes.
Okay. And so you did that, and then you bandaged the wrists, or vice versa?
It was the wrist first, I believe. But we did secure the airway first before bandaging her wrist.
Okay. So when you first arrived, is she breathing on her own?
She was.
Was she responsive?
Somewhat.
What does that mean?
Not totally responsive. Pretty much to painful stimuli.
And what is painful stimuli?
As we were moving her, she somewhat regained consciousness on us.
And painful stimuli, is that when someone reacts physically or verbally to pain?
Yes.
And so
Did she?
you said that you assess her when you first get there. You said you did the airway first. Is that right?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
Placed an OPA device to secure her tongue down, just to protect her airway.
What's an OPA device?
It's a plastic device that depresses the tongue just to keep the airway open.
Okay. So it's not the tube that goes down.
No.
It's just something that holds the tongue down.
I have a question.
And after you did that, what was the next step?
We placed a non-rebreather air mask on her and set the oxygen.
So is that just a mask that goes on the face providing oxygen?
Yes.
And then what did you do next?
From there, that's when we heard the scream.
And so what did you bandage the neck and the wrist before the breathing, securing the breathing, or after?
That was after.
Okay, so just to be clear, first is securing the tongue down, putting the oxygen mask on, and then you did the bandaging?
That came later, yes.
Later, okay. So was the bandaging before or after you heard the screams?
That was after.
Okay. So when you hear the screaming, what, if anything, do you do?
I looked at Captain Hussey and Firefighter Heath, and we kind of all looked at each other,
Like,
trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay. And did any of you leave the area after hearing the screaming?
Captain Hussey did. Firefighter Heath went to go get a backboard for the patient.
Okay. And did you stay with Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
Okay. And then is it at that point that you do the bandaging, or after you get the backboard?
Kevin was gone for a while, so that's when I started bandaging up her wrists.
Okay. And
because they're superficial.
did he eventually return with the backboard?
He did not.
So you bandage the wrists. What happens next?
I believe it was Officer Hall came to the backyard. He asked if I needed anything. I told him board, kind of gave him a direction of where in the truck it was. And then he also left to go grab that for me.
And when you say the board, are you referring to the backboard?
Yes.
And did he return with the backboard?
Yes.
And was Miss Clancy loaded onto the backboard?
She was.
And who assisted you with that?
It was Officer Hall, I believe, and our retired deputy.
And is there a process that you follow when placing someone onto a board to ensure that that you don't cause further damage?
Yes.
And what is that process?
Just C-spine precautions. So you secure the neck,
Right.
kind of make sure that it's immobilized as you kind of move the patient.
So what did you do to secure her neck?
We had someone at her neck. I don't remember who it was. Just kind of hold steady that her neck didn't move in the process.
Right.
And then did you follow that protocol, the C-spine protocol, to safely put her onto the backboard?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point was a collar placed around her neck?
I believe so, yes.
And then what happened next?
I believe I got on the radio and asked our captain who was transporting first, because we knew that there was multiple patients at that point.
Okay. And what were you told?
Pembroke was on its way in. They may have just arrived, and she was going with Pembroke.
Okay. And were you part of the team that transported her from the backyard to the Pembroke ambulance?
Yes.
And did you help load her into the Pembroke ambulance?
Yes.
And did you go with them during that transport?
I did not.
After Miss Clancy was loaded into the ambulance, did it leave?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I went to our ambulance that was in the driveway at that point.
Okay. And was Dawson Clancy in that ambulance?
He was.
And did you ride in the ambulance to the hospital with Dawson Clancy?
I did.
What was your role in that ambulance?
I was operating the bag valve mask for him.
So you're trying to provide.
Oh, come on. See, they need to quit moving this damn camera. Oh, come on.
You are an EMT, a paramedic, or
Paramedic.
Paramedic?
Mm-hmm.
And how long do you study for that?
2 years plus.
They don't like these.
Would that be full-time studying, or are you working at the same time?
I was working at the same time.
Do you know on that evening what the temperature was outside?
It was cold.
Wicked cold, wasn't it?
30s.
It was lower than that, wasn't it?
I couldn't. It was a couple.
It was really cold.
Yeah.
And how long was she laying in the snow and on the ground?
No idea.
We got the call at 6-ish.
Not
Whatever
about
time
the
it was. We
And the call
responded.
came because her husband
Put
came
Dawson
home
over.
from
You
picking
ask
up
the question
food
and finish.
and found her on the ground, right?
Correct.
So you don't know how long she was laying in the snow on the ground, right?
Fine, objection.
In the cold.
Correct.
And what's hemostasis? Do you know?
What's that?
What's hemostasis? What does that mean?
Just the coagulation.
And you know what the effect of hypothermia? Let me ask you, what's hypothermia?
It's just the body under temperature of the body.
Under temperature of the body?
Or your body is not.
Well,
at
now we're showing the
temperature that it should.
wheelchair.
Right,
On
because
now.
of the environment, right? Cold, right?
Yes. Yes.
Sometimes it can be medically induced, right?
Mhm.
Hypothermia affects the blood flow, doesn't it?
Yes.
In fact, you actually have a thing called therapeutic hypothermia, right?
Mhm.
Like if they have to restrict the blood flow to either a heart or a brain or something, that a person can be induced medically to be cold,
Yes.
and it would restrict blood flow, right?
Objection, testifying. He should be asked.
So all these questions about whether or not there's blood seeping through the wrist bandages and whether or not there's blood through the holes on the neck brace, you don't know what effect the hypothermia, if any, had on that, would you?
No.
Objection, compound. Jesus fuck.
Redirect.
Hi.
Sir, there's typically heat in a hospital, correct?
Usually, yes.
And were you aware that, Miss Clancy went to South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the wounds on her wrist did not have to be sutured until the following day?
I didn't get any of that information after.
Were you aware that the wound on her neck never had to be sutured?
Same answer.
Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good rebuttal.
Commonwealth calls Vincent Cahill.
You may testify.
Same objection. Someone. Right? Hey, K9. This
Good morning, sir.
is wild. He wants to do a rebuttal on is the people that say superficial wounds. Other than that, he could give a shit less about their testimony, except
Good
that
afternoon, sir. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Vincent Cahill, to be Vincent. Last name Cahill, that'll be Cahill.
And your date of birth, please.
11/11/1996.
Where do you work?
I work at the Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been with the Duxbury Police Department?
About 5.5 years.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on patrol?
Yes.
And directing your attention further to approximately 6:11 p.m., were you dispatched to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived there, well, how long did it take you to get there approximately?
A couple minutes.
And when you arrived there, what did you see?
When I arrived there, I saw a cruiser in the driveway, as well as an ambulance and a fire captain.
And did you head to the backyard?
Yes.
And did you see a woman on the ground there being cared for?
Yes.
And did you later learn that was Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
At some point, do you hear or did you hear loud screaming?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you go inside the home?
Yes.
And did you go to the basement area?
Yes.
And when you went down the basement stairs, did you go to the right or the left?
I initially went to the right, and I was following the father.
So as you're going down the stairs, you say the father, is that Patrick Clancy?
Yes.
Do you see him as you're going down the basement stairs?
Yes.
And where is he coming from and where is he going to?
It's coming from my left, heading to my right.
And what is his demeanor?
He was screaming.
And as you came down the stairs, did he point in a direction?
Yes.
Where did he point to?
To the left side.
And is that where you headed?
Yes.
And when you went to the left, did you see two children on the floor in that area of the basement?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I checked the pulse of the 5-year-old girl and passed that information along. And then when fire came on scene, I then was backing away because fire was going to start taking care of the 5-year-old girl.
Wait,
and
what?
then backed into
He
the
was
infant who was on the ground.
born in 96?
So you said that you checked the 5-year-old. Was that Cora Clancy?
Yes.
You checked her for a pulse. Did she have a pulse?
No.
And you said fire came down and started taking over. Was that firefighters from Duxbury Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you started backing up. Is that when you bumped into Callan Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, what did you do next?
I checked Callan's pulse.
And did he have a pulse?
You were
Did firefighters take over care of Callan?
Yes.
At that point, did you do something to make it easier for the people to fit in the room and treat the children?
Yes, I moved a large futon or ottoman, piece of furniture.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 96, directing your attention to the couch bed and the ottoman on top of it. Were you the one that placed that ottoman on top of the couch bed?
Yes, ma'am.
I felt so old. Oh. 1880.
After that, were you asked to help get some equipment for the children?
Well, then
Yes.
you weren't-
And did you do that?
Yes.
And did you bring the equipment to the basement?
Yes.
And after that, did you assist with getting Cora to the ambulance?
I assisted with rescue breaths with Cora, as well as CPR. I aided with Officer Josephine.
And how were you doing the rescue breaths and the CPR?
I was using a bag valve mask. Myself and Officer Josephine were timing it every couple seconds. It was 15 seconds. I was doing rescue breaths on Cora.
Oh.
And at some point, she's taken out of the basement and to an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Did you assist with that?
I don't recall.
And at any point, did she regain a pulse or ability to breathe while you were helping to assist her?
Did any of them?
At some point in time, were you given the task of monitoring who came into the scene and who left the scene
Yes.
Throughout the night?
Yes.
And showing you what's entitled
I was born in
Crime History and Exit Log.
1978.
Is this the form that you were in charge of? It's just documenting every time someone came to the scene or left the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have this marked as the next exhibit, please.
Any objection? No. That may be admitted.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Counsel? All right,
He-
thank you, sir.
You don't have anything for him. He didn't say there was.
Your Honor, if we may approach sidebar.
Sure.
Why does council want to approach? Whenever she wants to go to lunch early, she's just got a longer witness. All right, I agree. Right? Yeah. Oh no, they already they said that well with her, they're trying to blame the CPR dude or the EMS dude. Did you hear did you hear that like the EMS chick said that she heard him scream that CPR is brutal, like ribs break, but no, they always do. Yeah, I agree. That she heard him scream that one of the kids was hanging. That was the first time I heard that. Do you think she hung one of the kids?
All right, members of the jury, talking to counsel, there's a couple of issues that we have to kind of hammer out and get done. And rather than have you wait around, I'm not quite sure how long that's going to go, I'm going to excuse you for the day. All right?
Okay.
I told you sometimes the schedules don't always match up what I tell you they're going to do even a couple hours before. So I'm going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. All right, and so tomorrow morning, the plan is that we're going to go on this view. And I'll explain it a little bit more in detail tomorrow, but just so you can kind of picture it in your head, I'm going to ask you to be here, to be ready to come out here at 9 o'clock. I'm going to address you, probably ask you those same questions. Then I'll give you a little bit of information about the view. I'll give you an instruction. What the view is, we're going to go to a couple of areas. You're going to be able to get out and look at these areas. The lawyers will be there. They'll be able to point out what they feel is significant. And at that point, we'll then come back. We'll continue with some of the testimony. We may end up a little bit early tomorrow as well in regards to the schedules. And at that point, I'm going to talk to counsel, kind of see where we are in regards to the overall schedule. But it's my impression we are ahead of schedule at this point. So I just kind of wanted to let you know that. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning rather than have you sit here and just kind of wait in regards to that. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow. I'd ask you to be here at 9, check the weather, but you'll be on the view in the morning, and then there'll be some witnesses.
They're going to be on the view in the morning?
Remember, I'm going to ask you those questions. Don't read anything. Don't talk about it. Don't do any research. Don't take any field trips. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay? Thank you.
Wow.
All right. Sure, close your notebooks, away from all the chairs, please. Follow me.
You think they asked what? I swear they asked who put the stool on the couch. They could later say maybe. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah, they weren't at all what I thought they were going to be. I thought they were literally going to be these ones. The rubber band ones that you get, like the exercise band ones.
In recess
I
until
thought it was-
tomorrow, the court, the media court had issued previously a specific order regarding the view. There was a supplemental order issued this morning. So everybody should just be aware of that. And I want to thank everybody for
They're not
their consideration, and we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning.
All right.
Because the jury's going to be there. They're not allowed to show the jury. So,
Okay, folks, can we clear the courtroom, please?
yeah, we're not allowed to hear any of this. I don't think we're allowed to hear any of this. It was the 8-month-old. The 8-month-old did it all. But yeah, I thought when they showed those ones that she used, because when they said exercise bands, I literally thought it was these ones, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. So when she didn't, I was like, are you kidding me? The ones that she used instead of these, I was like, oh my God. Because they look like those tie down ones. Like they look like what are those tie things that you get? I'm trying to think that you can order. Yeah, tarp ties. Yeah. I didn't know that they made exercise bands that look like that. Like literally, I thought it was exercise bands like this. I was like, oh my God. Like that's wild to me. I mean, this is still wild to me, but that's even more wild. So I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. I'm not going to be on until later. So they come back from their whole thing tomorrow because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. Yeah, she does look evil. No, this scumbag lady did it and she knows it and she planned it. I believe that too. Fan bell? Really? You have everything though, canine. Surgical grade bands. As a kid, remain slingshots out of them. No, I believe you could. Like they were, like when I seen them, I was like shocked as shit. Cause I was like, why are they calling those exercise bands? Like I order like all different sizes of those for like tarp tie downs. I was like you can get a whole like stack of those. Right? Like I have like a whole, like you can get them in like in a big tube, or you can get them like I have a whole like black bag of them that has all different sizes and they're like red, green, yellow, black, purple, all kinds of, and depending on their color, they're like different lengths. And it tells you they have like a little knob at the top that tells you what length it is. It'll like have 12 or 14 or whatever on it, you know, but you can like, I order them from Amazon all the time because I love the tie down things. But I was just like, because you can use them for like anything. But I'm like, when they were first shown, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? And then not only that, but to tie them, like tie them. And like, how could you do that? Not only to your child, But like, how did she even do it? Like, think about, like, the voice didn't tell you to do it. Like, you know what I mean? The voice may have said, kill your kids now because you don't have any chance afterwards. But the voice didn't like have your kid sit down in front of you and then like put this exercise band and diet. And then because like your kid just doesn't stop breathing like in like a second. Like think of the whole thing. And not did she do it once, but she did it 3 times. Right. Well, I don't believe there was a voice either. That the whole voice thing, everybody hearing these voices are like, was it your own voice? Right? Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, and this is the thing too. So did she cut her wrist and her throat prior to doing this? Afterwards? And not only that, but think she has to move her bed, cut her wrist, crush up this concoction that she made. So did she, the voice? Right. Right. K9. That's what I'm saying. Her own inner voice. Right. So did she do this and then like she didn't like hold it there, right? And like hold them. So you have to imagine how this actually happened. Cuz she had to have done it like tied it around their neck and then like went upstairs while they fought through it, trying to like get it off their neck. Well, I know, but this is like my brain works weird because I have to like figure out the crime. Because if not, she'd have to have scratches and shit all over her arms and her hands, probably her face and her neck. Because if she's holding it, they're the 2 of them, they're 3 and 5. The 8-month-old, maybe not so much. Yeah, she could have. Well, all the blood was upstairs in her room, though. And she's not sitting there. She's not sitting there. Well, that's what I'm saying. The 8-month isn't going to fight back like a 3 and a 5-year-old is. Or was the concoction that she said that she took for herself was really for the kids? I don't know. Your own fight or flight's going to kick in. Your own brain fight or flight's going to kick in. It's not like when you, like, so when you drown, like the reason like Navy SEALs and stuff like that, when they're like doing that underwater thing during Navy SEALs, like there's a whole euphoric thing when you like literally start to drown. And that's why you start breathing underwater because like you go through a euphoric thing to where your body just starts breathing and then you drown. It's different when you're being suffocated. You don't have that euphoric thing. I think so too. Or close to it. Well, no, because the husband said she wasn't bleeding. Oh, you think? The cutting? I think she jumped out the window. I think she climbed out the window as the husband showed up. She hung, and then she just kind of like threw herself a little bit, because if you hang and you're like, what did they say? It's only 12 feet if you're hanging. It's 20 feet from the ground, but it's only 12 feet from the windowsill to the ground, from the bottom windowsill to the ground. So then if you just kind of fling yourself, it's kind of like falling off a ladder. Yeah, you're going to do some damage, but maybe she twisted wrong. I don't know. That's what I think happened. Right, I agree. I don't think she expected that she was going to. I think that jumping out the window and cutting herself was like I was going to kill myself and didn't. Do you know what I mean? I don't think she really intended to kill herself, and I sure the fuck don't think she ever intended to be on a wheelchair. I mean, people fall off ladders all the time. People fall off roofs all the time. Break a leg, break an arm, break a clavicle, break ribs, even break hips. But paralyzing yourself, I don't think she ever intended for that. I think that was more of a, oh shit. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I think the whole thing is weird. None of it adds up. Right? So there you go. I know a guy who got thrown by a skid loader, or well, it was a front loader, a front end loader, and he got hit. Dude was being dumbass. Not the dude that got hit. Another dude swung the bucket, hit him, flung him, and it jacked up his back a little bit, but he broke his leg, broke his arm and shoulder when he fell, or when he landed, because of how he landed and shit like that. But he isn't paralyzed, and he got thrown like 20 feet because the dude was swinging the bucket around on a front end loader because he was high and stupid. I mean, he got paid $94,000 from the insurance, or he sued the company because the dude was at work, and the dude that was driving the front end loader got tested, obviously, and was high. She didn't have a noose on her neck. Canine, I 1,000% agree with you. He couldn't answer anything. Everything was so like, I'm not in this family. I don't know anything that's going on. I agree. Like in October, when she said, I have thoughts of harming the kids, at that point, those kids should have never been left alone. I don't even care with her. I don't even care if he was in the basement doing work. As you can see, they have 2 rooms in that basement where his office was, and then where the couch and all that shit was. The kid should have been downstairs with him. I would have never, ever left her alone with those kids, her saying that. Ever. Well, she wouldn't have been in the house. But she'd have been locked up. I'd have held her on a 151. Like, it's wild to me that somebody could tell you that you have thoughts of harming yourself and the children, and your only response is, do you have a plan? If she says no, then you're like, okay, cool. It's just thoughts. Wait, what? It's thoughts. That's all I need to know. No, she slit her throat and her wrist and then jumped out the window. But not jumped out the window. She climbed out the window and she was hanging on the ledge of the second story window. And then she, from how they explain it, is she kind of like threw herself off the window. And that's how so it's kind of like hanging off the window. So I missed described it, but no, she never tried to hang herself. But what I'm saying is the EMS today said when they were outside tending to her and he was screaming in the basement, which is totally different than his testimony yesterday and the first day. She heard him screaming, saying that one of the children was hanging in the basement. Which I'm like, she's the first one who said that. Everybody else just kept saying that they were screaming. Here, I'll bring it back up. Give me just a second. It's the one female right here, her. I'll bring it back up because I was shocked as shit.
Did you go?
We took a lift.
And
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, Jennifer Stratton, JENNIFER STRATTON.
and your date of birth? You've been a paramedic?
About 13. Yes, I was.
And were you working a 24-hour shift that starts to 47 Summers Street?
Fighter Patrick Dwyer was with me in the engine that night.
The station you were located at 240.
Driving that night.
What did you see when you arrived?
Pulled up to the address, saw our ambulance crew. They had arrived just before we did. They were starting to walk to the back of the house.
And did you follow?
Yes.
And what did you see in the backyard?
Came to the backyard, saw firefighter Dan Dougherty kneeling next to a person. It was very dark. Ended up being Miss Clancy. That was all we saw for a few seconds.
And at that point, did you hear something?
We did. Heard a voice yelling for us to get inside of the house, that there was a kid hanging in the basement.
And did you go into the house?
We did.
There was a kid hanging in the basement. She's the only one. Now, everybody else said that they heard screaming. She is the only one who said there was a kid hanging in the basement. I agree, Karen. And that's what I was like, wait, did I hear that right?
And what entrance did you
hanging in the basement?
Something?
We did. Heard a voice yelling for us to get inside of the house, that there was a kid hanging in the basement.
And did you...
Wait, what? And that's what made me go, so did she strangle the other two? Did she tie the other two up and then hang the 8-month-old? Like, what happened? Like, these are, like, this all needs to be, like, fleshed out. This wasn't in the opening statements.
Go into the house?
We did.
And what entrance did you go in?
Through the slider doors in the rear.
And did that lead you into the kitchen?
Yes.
And then did you proceed to the basement?
Yes.
When you got down to the basement.
Oh, see, I had an order today, so I was talking to the person. I didn't hear them ask the young cop, the guy after him or after her. This one? Okay.
Coming from, and where is he going to?
It's coming from my left, heading to my right.
And what is his demeanor?
He was screaming.
And as you came down the stairs, did he point in a direction?
Yes.
Where did he point to?
To the left side.
And is that where you headed?
Yes.
And when you went to the left, did you see two children on the floor in that area of the basement?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I checked the pulse of the 5-year-old girl and passed that information along. And then when fire came on scene, I then was backing away because fire was going to start taking care of the 5-year-old girl. I then backed into the infant who was on the ground.
So you said that you checked the 5-year-old. Was that Cora Clancy?
Yes.
You checked her for a pulse. Did she have a pulse?
No.
And you said fire came down and started taking over. Was that firefighters from Duxbury Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you started backing up. Is that when you bumped into Callan Clancy?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point in time, what did you do next?
I checked Callan's pulse.
And did he have a pulse?
No.
Did firefighters take over care of Callan?
Yes.
At that point, did you do something to make it easier for the people to fit in the room and treat the children?
Yes, I moved a large futon or ottoman, piece of furniture.
And I'm showing you Exhibit 96, directing your attention to the couch bed and the ottoman on top of it. Were you the one that placed that ottoman on top of the couch bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So right there. Okay, so that's where he says, yes, ma'am. Yep, got it. Yep.
After that,
this is just wild. But she's the only one that has said, because everybody has said he started screaming. Of course, the one person said, was the one of the ones only said, and they can vary a little bit, and like all the details can vary slightly, but they all have the same conciseness, right? But one of the ones said she killed the fucking kids. And like T said, it's not she killed my fucking kids or she killed my kids. It was she killed the fucking kids. Which also brings separation in his own thought process in his head. I mean, it's like this case is just so weird. And maybe that's why he keeps objecting. The defense keeps objecting to all these people coming in because they each have their own remembrance of the small little details. But I'll tell you what, if I came home, and this is the thing, on the stand on Monday and Tuesday, he kept saying that he asked her where the kids were. She said in the basement. He ran to the basement. Then he calls 911, right? He didn't call 911. According to all of them, they were already on the scene, which is the one cop said it takes him 7 to 10 minutes to even get there. And he's standing there talking to her when he even shows up. So it means he was there. He's talking to her, trying to figure out what's going on with her. And he calls 911. Apparently he's talking to 911. And the cop takes 7 to 10 minutes to get there. And he's now made his way around back to talk to him, all this shit. And that's when he goes decide to look for the kids. if I came home and I had kids and I see Aaron laying on the ground, I'm like going to look for my kids because, like, look, I see something's going on with Aaron, but like, where are my children at this point? Till the police officers were there, which means he called 911, talking to them, still talking to her. Takes 7 to 10 minutes for that first police officer to show up. Then he goes and he looks for the children. And he apparently is in the house because they're talking to her, and that's when they hear him screaming. Which means the kids, or maybe one of the kids, could have been saved. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Who knows how long they were there or how long it's. I'm starting to think that this is why I said at the very beginning, he seems so fishy to me. And why wasn't he charged? If you go rob a bank and I'm driving passenger or I'm driving the getaway car, I'm charged with accessory. If somebody tells you they have thoughts of harming the children and you leave them alone for a long distance of time with your children and they harm them, how are you not charged? You knew in October. You knew in October, this is January 24th. You knew that she was on medication. You knew that she was on medication. You knew that she was having these thoughts. You knew that she was depressed and she was like on this roller coaster ride crap, ups and downs and all this shit. She was like in a psychiatric ward. Basically, that's what this is. The hospital that she went to, and she only stayed for 5 days before checking herself out against doctor's recommendation. And then knowing that she's having thoughts of harming the children, you chose, instead of saying, okay, yeah, sure, I'll go pick up the food and stuff for the kid that, first of all, you don't normally go to, like you've been to it 3 times, but you've never ordered out from it. In a pharmacy you don't go to, typically. So, like, why wouldn't you say, okay, sure, I'll go do it, but I'm going to put, like the kids are going to go with me. Or we can all go together. Or how about you go and I'll watch the kids? Why would you take the risk and leave your kids alone? Except for if you listen to his testimony, especially on the second day, he didn't know, like, oh yeah, that kind of looks like her handwriting. Yeah, that kind of looks like a note she would write. Yeah, I've never seen that book before. No, I've never seen that. No, I've never seen that. I don't know. But like making just like all of these wild statements that you don't know anything about her life. Right. Well, that's what T was saying. Watch it all turn out that he was going to be charged, but he decided to testify. Yeah. It's so weird. And it's like whoever's asking him questions, that's who he agrees with. Like when the defense was asking him questions, he agreed with them. When the prosecution was asking him questions, he was like, oh yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. And then the defense gets up, ask him questions, and he was like, oh no, that's true. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, well, it's not as simple as that. Yeah. It was like the dumbest thing. It can't be both. Well, that's what it is. Like, if she gets off, if you look it up, if she gets off on postpartum depression, they both of them, even though he's remarried, has a whole new family, they both are suing for malpractice against all the doctors. I mean, that would be a pretty penny, I would think. And this is all alleged. This is just opinion. This is for entertainment. Oh my God, to West Indies? Jesus. Could you imagine remarrying anybody and having children? Wouldn't you be terrified that she would do the same thing? Oh, wow. That's nuts, K9. I don't know. I think this is all like a little too neat and convenient and like, and the thing is that she is a labor and delivery nurse. They're like, and so is his mom. His mom's a labor and delivery nurse. She's a labor and delivery nurse. And they're like, well, she wouldn't know these symptoms. She wouldn't have to, it's not like she went going and searching for some of these like symptoms and, how to look for psychosis. And she didn't know what was wrong with her. She would know that. You don't think they taught her those things in school to become a labor and delivery nurse? On the signs to look for, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I would kill her. I mean, like in Fortnite. Right. And I think honestly, her getting paralyzed was an oops. I think honestly, her hanging there and then kind of throwing herself back, I think she thought somehow it would break her fall. Like maybe she'd get a broken hip or like a shoulder, or how she landed. Something. I don't think she thought she'd get paralyzed. Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. 3 kids? She's seen like 5 doctors, 2 hospitals. Do you realize how much money that would be? Malpractice, not just on the doctors alone, but wrongful death, malpractice, giving medication, all this stuff. I mean, we looked up all the shit she was on. It was crazy, or supposedly on. Right? Exactly. Well, yeah, and that was the thing too, is she supposedly hit her head, which is what blew out some vertebrae in her neck or whatever that caused her to be paralyzed from the waist down. So she probably fell wrong, and maybe because she mixed up her whole concoction of hoarded medication. And so she didn't land the way she should have or thought she could have. Right. Yeah, we looked them up. Main thing is it causes drowsiness and fatigue and all kinds of stuff. Because she kept complaining about anxiety and insomnia. Right? As much as she was on for sleep aids, holy crap. She should have been comatose. Right? And that's the thing. She should have been comatose. He should have noticed a difference, not her best days. And if she was really taking them on a regular basis. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And she was smoking, or not smoking, but eating gummies and drinking. Talk about several downers. I don't know how she got out of bed. Yeah. I remember that, K9. Oh, yeah, and you slept for all that time. Yeah, this chick kept saying she couldn't sleep. And then she moved, that bed with the ottoman on it, the couch, the pull-out couch. She made her husband sleep down there for one day. And then she decided she was going to sleep down there. And she kept telling her husband she couldn't sleep. And so they even asked him, do you know that she's not sleeping? And he goes, no, just what she's reporting to me. It's not like I slept down there with her or, had a camera on her or whatever. So you have no idea if she was sleeping or wasn't sleeping. And then he was like, this is a crazy thing. She was taking her medication as prescribed, even though they counted 30 days and she would one pill was missing or 6 pills were missing or 3 pills were missing or whatever. And he was like, yeah, but you have to see the whole picture. She was taking her prescription as prescribed. And the prosecutor says, well, do you know that for sure? And he goes, well, it wasn't like I was standing there with her when she was taking them or I handed it to her so she could take it. It was just what she was reporting to me. Well, I can take a whole prescription of pills. I can say, I'm taking my pills. These are aspirin, by the way. Just Tylenol. I can go like this and then do this, but nothing come out. And it looked like I'm taking them. And then I can go, does it look like I took pills? Sure, but I didn't take anything. You know what I'm saying? But it sounds like it does. Looks like I did, and I didn't take a damn thing. But if you're watching me, it looks like I did. I mean, and the way that he acted, it looks like he doesn't pay attention to anything. Oh, and that was the thing too. He was like, she would get prescriptions, and then the doctor would up her dosage or whatever. So the doctor said, and I've never heard a doctor say this, give your prescription, your old prescription, to your husband, and he could drop it off at the police station so they could dispose of it correctly and just start taking your new prescription. So he had all these prescriptions in his center console, supposedly, so he could dispose of them correctly. Never heard of that in my life. My doctor will change a medication for my thyroid because I don't have a thyroid, so I have to take thyroid medication. So they will change my medication depending on how much thyroid I'm getting and not getting because I don't produce thyroid, so I actually have to take a thyroid medicine. So they'll change it depending on what my blood levels are and stuff like that. And so, but she never says, throw out your old ones. I've never heard her say that to me, ever. Because sometimes I'll like need more, need less, or whatever. So when she's like, well, do you have any of the 130, I think it's 137 left? And I'll be like, yeah. She'll be like, okay, it's this old. Okay, so you can take a little bit of that until we get your new prescription and blah, blah, blah. So she never said, it's so weird. Oh, really? Yeah. I've never taken old prescriptions. I've never had a doctor tell me that. Very itchy. Yeah, I'm allergic to Vicodin and all that kind of stuff. I don't take pain pills or anything, so even when I was going through cancer treatments and stuff, like they gave me morphine pops and stuff, and I never filled the prescription. Yeah. Just flush them, yeah. But yeah, I don't take pain meds. Well, I'm allergic to Vicodin and stuff like that. I can't take that stuff. And I'm allergic to fentanyl and all that. Like it has gluten in it, so I can't even be put under like for surgeries and stuff. With fentanyl, that's what they normally put you under to have surgeries and shit. Is fentanyl, so they have to use morphine. But it enters the water system? Really? I just don't fill pain meds, so I don't have to worry about it. I don't ask for any, but I had no idea that flushing them down the toilet goes into the water system. That's weird. Yeah. I just don't fill them. Because I'm never sure what I'm allergic to and not allergic to. Oh, that's crazy. I'll have to watch that. I know. That's what I'm saying. I was thinking about that. And you slept for all those hours. Oh my God. You know what? Didn't he say that? I mean, Alex Jones, didn't he say that? I think I remember now that you said that. I think I remember you saying that. She was comatose? Dude, if somebody tried to get rid of my dog, we'd have problems. If you like a good conspiracy theory, have you been following the Charlie Kirk stuff? Some crazy stuff. Yeah. Dude, that's some crazy stuff. The guy on the rooftop. I mean, him crawling and shooting. Mm. The video that the FBI put out now of him crawling on that roof makes no sense. Fries in Spain? $1,000%. And he wouldn't bend the knee. 1,000%. Figure it out in a few minutes. Look it up. Buying forest land in Spain is like 1,000 euros, and land that is burned is like 100 euros. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember you talking about that. Land to create oxygen and get rid of. Oh, yeah. Canine's post on Instagram made a lot of people mad. Did you see my post on Instagram? Oh, he made a really good post. I'll show it. Oh my God. Why isn't it showing it? Why isn't it showing me you? It's like, no, you're not allowed to see him. There we go. This one. Yeah. I put up so many posts about all the stuff you can do. They put all this stuff behind a paywall now so that people have to pay them for the information. Yep, I agree 1000%. Yeah, I had to go to our messages. It wouldn't let me just click on you at the top like normal. But there's so many messages. On all the things you can do for free. Yep. Yep. I agree. I put up this one. Show. I put up this one because I'm so sick of seeing dogs dying in the heat right now. This link right here actually goes to this actual dog that is almost dead by the time it gets to the frickin' rescue vet. But this link right here goes to it. And they're like barely saving this dog's life. And the owner's sitting there going, "We got you, baby. We got you. How about just not take your dog out in the damn heat?" And what's crazy is I only got one like on this post because people don't give two shits about their dogs anymore. Everybody's out there going, "Everybody's so worried about this damn heat." Well, my dog can be out in the heat. There's a guy with a GoFundMe right now because his dog died. His dog literally died because he got pulled over and he's blaming the cops, except the cops' body cam showed that his car didn't have air conditioner. He didn't have food or water in the car for his dog. He got pulled over. The cops literally during the stop put the dog in the back of their car with air conditioning, then took the dog to a gas station, got it water and ice, tried to help it. Then the guy decided to take the dog back out into the heat and play this bullshit thing on the side of the road or on this side, I don't know, back out into the heat on the sidewalk or whatever, and let the dog die instead of taking it back into an air conditioning place with water and stuff. And now they have a GoFundMe up. It makes me so pissed. Oh, I could share it. I shared it. I get time to read a single comment. The browser receiving angry. Oh, that's sad. Because they all want to make money. That's why. Can I? Exactly. Yep. Yep. Exactly. Exactly, T. I was so mad. I was just like, yes, it makes me so angry. And I don't even know what this person is with the one that I put up. Like, she's just like, don't worry, baby, we got you. And this dog, oh my God, the dog in the video is wheezing so bad. And he can't even breathe. And finally, they've got the air on the dog. Like through this whole video, they got the air on the dog. Then they finally they're able to cool the dog down long enough. Then they get the dog cooled down long enough that they can put ice on the dog. Then they put the mask over top of the dog with the oxygen. And the vet, you can tell that the rescues and the vets are just sitting there. They're like so pissed off, right? And the poor dog, like you can see where it was sitting on the hot pavement because the fur on the dog is just down to its skin. And I'm just like, oh my God. I literally would have called the police at this point. And she's just saying, it's just like, you could hear it in her voice. She's like, just breathe. And then finally the vet's like, there you go. Just take a breath. Just take a breath. And finally the dog licks and then goes, because it's cooled down enough that it could actually breathe, because it was wheezing, like you could tell, eyes rolling in the back of its head, all this crazy shit. Like, you just want to smack people. Like, you don't see the people in the north going out when it's extreme cold. Why does everybody have this want to like go out in extreme heat and go, my dog can handle it? Like, look at me taking my dog out, doing all this crazy shit with it. Like, why? What is the purpose of that? Just stay in the damn house. If you want to go out in the extreme heat, go ahead. But why do you need to take your dog? And then people in the comments are like, yeah, my dogs don't have that problem, and I live in Texas in 113-degree weather. It's all you stupid idiots that don't walk your dogs or train your dogs in this kind of weather, blah, blah, blah. I get so pissed off. Right, exactly. Like, I just get, like, it's, why has it become this thing to show your bravado for your dog or for you or whatever? Like, look at my dog. And and this is the thing. Why did you pull out your phone and record this whole thing for your dog? Your dog's dying and you decided you were going to record it. Exactly. So that you could put it on TikTok or put it on YouTube or put it on Instagram or whatever, make something out of it. So you could do a GoFundMe. But that's like this one dude, he's like doing it. It's a Merle, Frenchy, large nose, large rope, whatever, bullshit dog. And he's like, I'm putting up a GoFundMe because I need legal fees. I want to do a necropsy. We know what the dog died of. What are you doing a necropsy for, first of all? But whatever. And then I'm going to sue the department. I'm going to sue the city, blah, 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 because they killed my dog. No, you killed your dog. Well, that's because you have brains and you think logically. Right? Oh, do you? I don't know. I just don't understand all these people. But it looks like to me, it looks like a boxer, the one that I had to stop playing in this heat. It's a matter of life or death. Like, it looks like a boxer pit mix. It's probably more boxerish, but it's all white with, I mean, it looks exactly like the picture, except it's a little bigger. But it looks like a boxer pit mix. And this thing is just struggling to breathe. And the thing is like, she didn't have any water. She didn't have like a towel to soak a water down, to put a cool coat on it, or to put a cool towel on it, to help it in any way, shape, or form. And she's just standing there at first, just going, I got you, babe. Don't worry, I got you, babe. As it's just horrifically standing there, struggling to breathe. And I guess it's so that she can wait for the rescue to come save her, to take it to the animal vet clinic. Dude, you put more money into everything. This dude has like more leashes and collars, and I don't know, he has more equipment, toys, leashes, collars. I don't know. More, he's got 2 dogs, and he's got more bins and bins and bins of all kinds of shit for dogs that he could probably fund most rescues in the United States. Right. But I mean, I just don't understand. Cool coats aren't expensive. As K9, he's only got like 900 of them. Cool mats, cool pads. He's only got like, most people have storage containers for like knickknacks and Christmas decorations and Thanksgiving decorations, Halloween decorations. K9's got like dog toys and training equipment. K9 looks like he's gonna open a rescue all across the United States and Canada. Yeah, but if you, K9 could get, or listen, K9 could get 10,000 dogs and still have enough to support 10,000 more dogs, and still like have a house full of new stuff that still has all the boxes, still has all its tags, still has all its like literally. I'm not kidding you. He could open up his own PetSmarts. Right? I told K9 he needs to like dress his dog up, show people what it's like to have a new outfit. His dog could wear a new outfit for the next 5, I don't know, millennia, and never wear the same thing twice. Right? You need to make your own breed. Plus, he could also dress up trainers. Like, he's got all the training pouches, the clickers, oh my God, he's like ridiculous. I have to laugh. And it's like some of the shit is fucking hilarious because it's within arm's reach. He can be like, oh, you need a training thing? Hang on, let me look. Oh, I got one of those. Yeah, like, oh wait, I got like 5 of those. And they're all in boxes. They're all like all in the new boxes. He's got more stuff than anybody I've met in my life. Oh my God, yes. The ones that look like they're like been hit in the face with a frying pan. I do too. I click with, I think it's from horse training. I click with my mouth too. I don't think he uses the clickers because he doesn't either. I think he just has them because he buys everything. He's weird. Like he has shit that like I'm like, where the fuck do you get that? Like, why do you have that? Why do you have like 8,000 of them? Well, in case I need them. I honestly think he has an obsession with dog stuff. Yeah, he does do that too. Like if he sees like people with dogs, and like he hands out leashes and collars and like harnesses and stuff which is a really cool thing. Right. He's got all kinds of cool things. On dog tools. This is new motto. It is a good obsession, right? He just, like my husband's like mechanic, right? So like he's got like every mechanic tool. He sees a new tool, gotta have it. Like I think he has more in tools than our house and car combined, which is saying a lot. And honestly, that's what canines like with dog tools. Dog tools and like training tools. He's like, oh, what is that? Oh, okay. Well, that's new, so I need to buy like 8,000. But I have to say, he does help a lot of people out. So there's that. Like you need a bag. Like you see somebody on the street, you need a training bag, you need a treat bag, you need a leash, a collar, like all this stuff for like all the homeless people that like need like things. He's a cool dude. Getting more of this dog training tools. That's you. Yeah. Yeah, that's like my husband. Like my house is so full of tools. His station at work, like 5 toolboxes, and every year he's like, I need a bigger toolbox. Mine won't lock anymore because it won't shut. I can't shut the drawers. Plus, then he has like those tote around toolboxes that you tote around to like different stations and stuff like that. And then our car, like we have SUVs, and so like then he's got a truck, like so I'm like, oh my God, honestly, like how many toolboxes do you need? But he's got to have a tool for everything. And then he goes to like wherever, like, oh, there's a new tool out. I gotta have a tool. Okay. And then he gets a tool allowance from work, but then he has to buy tools because I gotta use my tool allowance. And I'm like, but do you need a tool? He's like, well, of course, I got a tool allowance. So I gotta spend it. What? But then he buys stuff for the house also that he needs a tool for. But I'm like, do you really need that tool? Of course, I've gotta have that tool. Oh, no. He has Milwaukee everything. Milwaukee everything. Everything's got to be Milwaukee. And it's like, he has a Milwaukee leaf blower. I need that. Everything is Milwaukee. What are you talking about? He has Milwaukee headlamps. So he can see. Milwaukee flashlights that have magnets on it that he can stick on the car or that sticks to metal. Everything is Milwaukee. What are you talking about? Right? This is true. Plus, it saves money. Like anytime I never have to worry. The thing about being married to him is I never have to worry about anything that I want. I can look at something and I'm like, "Ooh, I would really love to have that." And I can show it to my husband and he'd be like, "I can build that." And so he just does. Like I don't like outdoor furniture, like for under our pagoda. I'm just like, "Oh, look how pretty those chairs are." And he's like, "I can build those." Milwaukee. But everything is. You know what's funny is he used to buy Snap-ons. Everything had to be Snap-on, Snap-on, Snap-on. And then Snap-on like started to become like kind of shitty. And so I started buying some Milwaukee tools and stuff like that to replace some of his Snap-on shit. And now everybody at work is buying, like, because they started using his tools and shit like that. And now everybody, like Milwaukee Fuel, right? So now everybody has Snap off. So because they don't do like the warranty bullshit, like they really get really shitty about all that shit. And it's twice the price. So yeah, that's everybody says that. So he buys the Milwaukee Fuel, and so now everybody at the shop has all changed over to Milwaukee everything. I mean, I even have Milwaukee box cutter, like Milwaukee markers. Everything is Milwaukee. See? I'm telling you. Everything has to be Milwaukee. It's got to be fuel. Fuel. Can't buy it if it's not say fuel on it. Yep. And if you can't find it, that's the truth. If you can't find it in Milwaukee, then you got to buy DeWalt. I have a DeWalt freaking lawnmower. That's funny. Yeah. See? Show them icon. They're good. Yep. So, yeah. But you gotta love a man that loves tools and that will love to work and love to build you anything. It doesn't matter what I ask him for. I can just show him something. I look at something and I'm like, "Ooh, I love that. That's so cool." And he's like, "I can build that." And so I never have to buy anything because he can just build it. Like I want 2 different beds. Like right now I have bed and couch for the dogs. And I'm like, you know what I love? Like I seen this like 2 different beds. Like it's an angle bed, an L-shaped bed for dogs, and it's got like drawers underneath it. And then you take the foam, like you buy foam to like fix your couches and stuff like that, and you just sit it down into a bed frame, like type of thing, but it's all made out of wood. And then you take a burner and you burn the wood and stuff like that. And he's like, I can build that, but I need the burner tool. Like it's, I forget what he called it, but it's something that you burn all the wood with. He's like, I need to buy that. So he's happy because he gets to buy something, but he also can build it. So. Oh, we would get in trouble here. We'd get fined. Yeah, they actually come out and measure our grass. So if it's taller than, well, if the buckhorns get taller than 8 inches, they'll fine you $500. Yeah. Yeah, he built my furniture to go out underneath my Kubota or whatever. And then, okay. And the table and all kinds of stuff, and the bed for the dogs to lay out there and all kinds of stuff. So I love it. Well, they will fine you. First, they leave you a letter. Like they'll go up and down the whole street and they'll go, they actually bring out a measuring tape and they'll measure your grass, and they go up and down the whole thing, and they put notes on everybody's house. Even if it's rained for a couple days and you couldn't mow it, they'll be like, oh, this is too tall. It's above whatever their standard is. And you have 3 days to mow it. And if you don't, we fine you $500 a day. It's retarded. So yeah, it gets pretty sketchy if you had like lots of rain and the grass mows, or if the grass grows. It's dumb. But yeah, no, I love being married to a blue collar man. He will make anything, do anything, work on anything, as long as you buy him the tool. So I love that. It is. Saves you a ton of money. Well, I guess they are not. Dog toys, dog tools. Oh, this is the one you're. Oh, I think this is the one that he's talking about. Oh, I can turn the damn volume down.
This breed has served humanity for centuries in various roles, ranging from livestock droving to police work, military service, search and rescue, and of course, family companionship. The origins of the Rottweiler stretch back nearly 2,000 years, all the way back to the Roman Empire. Roman armies travelled throughout Europe accompanied by large Mastiff type dogs that drove cattle intended to feed soldiers during long military campaigns. These dogs also protected the livestock from animal predators and human thieves. As Roman forces crossed the Alps into what is now southern Germany, many of these dogs remained behind and interbred with local working dogs. Around the town of Rottweil, these dogs developed into the powerful cattle-driving breed that has become known as the Rottweiler. And all the way through the Middle Ages, their original origins persevered with the jobs that they did. Butchers, for example, relied heavily on these dogs to move cattle to market, to guard the livestock during transport, and also protect their owners' money after sales. Historical accounts describe butchers tying purses of money around their dogs' necks because thieves were reluctant to challenge such formidable animals. The arrival of modern transport systems, such as railways, during the 19th century reduced the need for such cattle-driving protection dogs. However, the breed found new purposes in police work. They're very intelligent, they're very loyal, they're very trainable. And as early as 1910, German authorities officially recognized the Rottweiler as a police dog. Today, you don't see them so much in policing roles, but they are widely employed in other services as guard dogs in the military, search and rescue, even therapy programs. With early socialization and strong leadership, they are very amenable. The formidable look of the Rottweiler, yeah, they do need firm ownership, but they are a very loving companion to many. Now, like many large breeds, they do come with a limited lifespan. They're predisposed to a number of serious conditions, various cancers, cardiac disease, for example, aortic stenosis, dilated cardiomyopathy, and responsible breeders do their utmost to ensure that they're not breeding from animals that do have the genetic propensity for these conditions. They can also suffer from eye disorders, hip dysplasia. They're prone to obesity, and some people really like that heavy set look, but not good for the joints, not good for the heart. So keeping a Rottweiler lean is preferred rather than this really heavy set lumbering lump that sometimes we see in this breed. But we're here to talk about an emerging problem, and that is brachycephalization. I've made that word up, brachycephalization. Why, oh why are...
I was like, what? I made that word up. I'm glad she said that, because I was like, what? Yeah, I've never seen a Rottie like that wasn't mixed. They are good dogs. I've had Rottie before.
Some breeders fine-tuning the Rottweiler into a brachycephalic breed. Why? We're seeing this emerging trend of the Rottweilers.
Okay, I've never seen them like this. Wait, I've never seen them like this. I've seen them like this. But I've never seen them long like this. They're supposed to look like this? I've only ever seen them like this.
Muzzle getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Now, traditionally, Rottweilers are not brachycephalic. They do have a moderately shaped muzzle. They're certainly not long in the snout. But why? Why, oh, why are we seeing dogs like this? And recently, Jemima Harrison wrote on Twitter, because the world really needs a brachycephalic Rottweiler. I would love to tell you this is Photoshop, but it isn't. Well done, breeders. Well done. Now, I don't know.
What? I don't think they're sweet. I mean, I think they have a sweet personality to their owners. It's a wild video. I've never seen one long snouted. Oh, you think it's sweat? Yeah, I probably should read before I say sweet. Yes, they sweat. Yeah, I should probably read. Head, short muzzle. Yes, I remember. I will never forget that.
Or whether this is a purebred Rottweiler or whether there's a, I don't know, a cross in there somewhere. But it did.
With a pug. They crossed it with a pug. This is ugly. This is horribly ugly.
It didn't take me long to find out that some kennels actually are breeding purebred Rottweilers who are really starting to look brachycephalic. Now, you might say, well, yeah, this is only very moderately brachycephalic, but you can see the direction this is going in. And this is just a quick Google search. This is a champion Vegas vom Bosniak Rott, who is Armani Black Illusion by Candy vom Bosniak Rott. Very heavy set. I would say this dog is maybe a pound or two overweight, and we're seeing this shortening of the muzzle. Why? Is this something that judges are now wanting? And again, this is just a small Google search. Why?
That's
why?
Ugly.
Why? Why are we seeing this? Why? I don't know whether this is the same dog, like in different poses, or whether these are different dogs. Why, when there are breeding programs, crossbreeding programs, certainly across Europe, to attempt to lengthen the muzzles of some brachycephalic breeds, such as the French Bulldog.
Look how close the eyes are together. This looks horrible. This dog looks retarded. This is so horrible. This doesn't look like a Rottie at all to me, or not like the old school Rottie I'm used to seeing. Of course, when I had a Rottie, it was back in 1980s.
Because we know just how damaging brachycephalic muzzles can be to a dog's health. And while the Rottweiler certainly doesn't have the flat face that the French Bulldog does these days, or the Pug does these days,
it looks like a pug.
We're heading really in the wrong direction. So while we have, you know, the UK Kennel Club that is doing increased health testing, at least there's some cursory awareness. French Bulldog owners, Pug owners, they have to have their dogs health tested to enter championship.
It looks like its skull is way too big. Like it looks like an alien. Okay. It looks like an alien with this big ass skull. This looks bad.
It shows, but dear God, why the Rottweiler? Why do we see perfectly functional, able to do a day's work dog breeds altered in this way? Why? What was wrong with the Rottweiler with the moderate muzzle? What was wrong with that? I hope this is a very small minority of breeders, but this dog is supposedly a champion. Champion in which country? I have no idea. German Rottweiler breeders, von Zenith Kennels.
See, this dog looks better to me, this one. I mean, it still needs some fill under the eye right here. But this is horrible.
It's von Zenith Kennels. Let's just hope that this isn't a trend towards brachycephalic mainstream Rottweiler breeding. Because, yeah, that's just what the world needs. Another brachycephalic breed. Yeah, great. Ugh, we need to talk about what companionship, the origins of the in various roles, intelligence, loyalty.
See, that looks more normal. Still needs a little bit roundness here to fill out. But this may be a young dog. The eyes are too round on that one. I'm trying to find a good representation of the Rottie. See, I would still like the 1957 to 1965. I still like these two. This one doesn't have enough underjaw. It's weird. So my luck would still, I would still like these two. 1976 is getting a little, oops. But I'd have to see the side profile of this because you still want a little bit of fill in the cheek like this one has. Like these two mixes together would probably be better. People, okay, hang on. People can't help themselves. You're right, they can't. They gotta ruin. Oh, this is the problem. Everybody ruins every freaking breed till it's broken mentally. But with dogs, right? Pretty soon, Ronnie's. Oh, with a rope, $2 million, right? Oh, 4 and 5. Okay, hang on. Let me look. Oh my God, it's the same that I was picking. Okay, yeah. The two black and white. Yeah, so these two. Oh, is that 69? It looks like 65. Yeah, 1957, 1960. So those are the two that I like too. Yeah. Sadly, rope is where we are headed, probably. But see, those are the two that I like. See, this one doesn't have enough underjaw, and it's weird how it's shaped. But see, these are the two. But these are the two that I remember. If I could see the side, the more frontal view. But I like this one because you can still see the fill a little bit. Yeah. See, this one doesn't have any depth. in the top muzzle. See how it lessens in the top muzzle? See how it looks little? Shepherds started to go to shit at the same time. I think all breeds did. Look, even this one has a thicker muzzle. The planes are all wrong on this one. People lose so much, they just don't realize what they're doing. Eye set on this one's weird. If you look at the eye set. It's just crazy. It's crazy how much they change. This one's got a little bit of a dish face too. See how that swoops in? So bad. This one does too. Odd. Yeah, I think so too. Well, it became what was popular. So I wonder what dog was popular. Because that became the fantasization of the flavor of the month. You know? Oh, sad. See, like I said, he's cute. Or she's cute. Looks young, but there's not enough fill coming in for the whiff. They used to have a presence about them. You know? Like you could tell it was a Rottie. There wasn't any question. This, I don't even understand what this is. This looks like take me to your leader. Who thinks this is even good looking? And the nose isn't even color. Look at this. That's sad. This is supposed to look good? Look at this dog. Look at this dog. It looks fake. Wow. And what is this body stack? This ski slope. This is so weird. That's not how you're used to seeing a Rottie. I don't know. Maybe I'm just the rope type will happen in all breeds soon. Oh God. I'm blind, but it don't look good to me. No, you're not blind. It's just right. That's what I was saying. I said it looked retarded, but I think it's crazy how the pigment is lost on this dog. It doesn't even have a full pigmented nose. Look. So gross. That's so gross. But it doesn't even have a full pigmented nose. I mean, the eyes are beautifully colored, but we've lost pigment on the nose. That should tell you that something's wrong. Oh. Look at the loss of pigmentation on the rust mahogany markings. Look. Plus, this dog looks like it's going to die of a heart attack. I mean, doesn't it? I mean, look at the width and brisket. Look at the air between brisket and elbows. You can put a tennis ball in there. Like, this is nuts. Look at that. There's no fill here. This is crazy. I wonder how old this dog was. How old is this dog? So it don't have no spring of rib. There's a lot of air there. I wonder if this dog has a lot of health issues. So weird. Why is it so fat? Hard pass on that one. Yeah. And it's like, doesn't it look like its nose is turned up? Like, so its muzzle is like, it looks like it's turned up. Like, is that weird? Or is it just me? Like, it seems like it's a deformity. Like, it's not, I'm trying to find it. I gotta see a close up. Did they show a side profile of this dog? It's hideous. It's like its muzzle's turned up. It's very pinched in here. I mean, it's way more conical than like a normal Rottie, but it's almost like it's pinched. I mean, look at this. So I'm like, is this a real dog? Or is this AI? Like it's somebody took and went like this, like it's a clay invention of this dog. Like it's I'm trying to like, this can't be real. Sick of, but does his eye sockets, like, do they come in and like kind of tilt in to like press down? Like, I'm trying to like, this bone should be protruding. Does it push in so that it gives room to pull up? Like, this is so weird. I'm trying to think of, like, when you picture a dog's skull, there should be fill here that comes out, like, naturally. You know what I mean? Like in a natural curve out to follow the muzzle line, right? Like, this dog almost looks like it tilts in and would push into like where the sinus cavities are, right? Like where I'm so confused. Like, now my face is going to get red because I'm pushing on my own face. Because I'm trying to feel like, But the muscle stays there because you can see the muscle, but there's no fill here. So there's no bone to fill out this. This is so weird. Who would do this to a dog? Wonder what their life expectancy's got to be horribly low. Because imagine if, oh my God, could you imagine if that would get hit or if their nose got of these? I mean, I know what a skull looks like. Yeah. That's what oh my God. So their eyeball's sitting right there. So there is no fill right there. It's horribly sad. Could you imagine if their nose got stubbed or if they like ran into a wall? There's nothing to protect that eye socket or their eyeball itself. Wow. Oh, look at the top of their skull. That's why their skull looks like he's like an alien. Like, take me to your leader, alien. Oh, how horrible. See, why do people do this? This is the part that I hate about breeding. Yeah. And this is, oh, and again, like we're back to the whole thing, and this is for what, right? Right. Or if they even start breathing pretty heavy, because that's got to pull in right here. I bet they don't breathe through their nose. I bet they've got to be like the Frenchies or the weird Frenchy things that they make that don't breathe through their nose, and they're just always. But that thing's huge. Like he or she looks like that's why it looks like he's gonna have a heart attack. Just sitting there because he's fat as fuck. Oh my God, you should probably keep him like thin. All right, well, I'm done with this. This is why sometimes I can't stand dogs. Ugh. Anyway. What do I always say, K9? Well, that's enough internet for the day. Right. Exactly. That's sad. All right, well, enough of that shit. Okay, so, well, tomorrow I'm still doing a live, I think. If they come, I'll try to see what time they come back on. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning, so I won't be on first thing in the morning. I'll try to see what time they come back from their outing tomorrow. Their field trip from going around seeing everything. And then if they have afternoon session after lunch or whatever they do, then I'll go live. If not, I will see you on Monday. So have a good weekend. So hopefully tomorrow. If not, have a good weekend. Until next time.
Man, club justice system, but the deck set to fail. You speak for transparency, they call it a crime. Next day, you suspended for 6 months of your time. Pedigree, politics, trophies on the wall. Vanity awards while the ethics take a fall. They say it's for the free, but we know what it is. Power in the clubhouse, silence in the beer. Pedigree, politics, ribbons and lies. Smiles at the banquet, but the truth in disguise. You can muzzle the voice, but the truth don't quit. Dog show, kingdom built on counterfeit grit.